Привет, привет. Не съм намръщен. Здравейте. Криси, честито 14-то ниво. Благодаря ти много за 14-те месеца безропотна подкрепа на нашите съмнителни като качество усилия. Как си днес, Душко? Как сте всичките? Благодаря ви, че сте тук с мен за поредна седмица, пореден понеделник, пореден ден. Това наистина е саундтрака на диско Elysium от британската банда British Sea Power. И това, което правя всъщност в момента е, че пробвам саундтракската функция на Steam, защото си взех саундтрака с идеята да подкрепя компанията още повече, отколкото съм ги подкрепил така или иначе, купувайки играта. Нещо обаче, или самата функция не е вкарана още в Steam като хората, или аз не знам какво. Леле, колко омачка на тая риза направо. Съжалявам. Днес съм така странен човек на стрим. Явно това сте заслужили. Това хванах от гардероба. Тази риза е супер стара. До някаква степен се гордея, че все още ми става. Тази риза е от поне десетилетие в гардероба. Което си е геройство. Особено в всеки мъж в този чат ще ме разбере. Особено в диапазона 20 до 30, да имаш дреха в гардероба си, в която все още се побираш. Когато удариш 30 така, е момент за лична аплауза и така да се потупаш сам по рамото. Че пак косплейваш героя, с който играя. Има нещо такова, защото го и обръснах на всичкото отгоре. Не, че това всъщност е някаква прилика с мен, така като се замисля. Но изглежда малко по-различно вече. Това, което мога да ви споделя е, че от последния път, когато играх диско Elysium, аз играх и мъничко самичък, т.е. няма да се озовем на същото място, на което и оставих последно, а ще бъдем от другата страна на моста. Този мост, който се спуска в сряда, реално погледнато, ден трети в игралното време, и където намираш всякакви чудати неща, включително едни мега изтрещели пияници, намираш си разбитата кола, намираш едно рибарско селце, намираш една църква, едни пънк-рокери, и именно при едни пънк-рокери аз спрях последно, така че някъде там ще се подвизаваме сега. Само да спра музичката в бекграунда и да видя докъде бях стигнал. Да, точно пред тентата на пънк-рокерите. Ти имаш зимно яке. Имаш зимно яке? В което още се побираш ли? За какво ми завиждаш, Марта? Няма кой знае какво за завиждане, Душко. Dead vibes. Да, малко е татковска риска. Няма какво да се лъжем. Намерих си една каштурка, където имаше пособия за бръснене и реших, че ще обръсна главния герой. Така че вече изглеждаме ето така, тук долу. Не мога да преценя дали е апгрейд в някаква посока, честно казано. Привет, Фейлън. Привет. Привет на всички. Съмнителни са, огънче. Съмнение до край. Ей симпатични хашлаци, ще се опитаме да им осигурим място, където да направят пънк-рок клуб в една стара църква. Има обаче един пъзъл с тези... Специално с този от тях, който не мога да разплета. До сега не си ме гледал? Сигурен ли си? Или това беше шега, която не хванах? The young man with the tape recorder acknowledges your return. When he looks at you, he squints as though you were the setting sun.
This is hardcore. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All core. All right. Yeah. Hardcore. Ah. Is it though? What is it? I mean, really. I am the mic enforcer. I am the chick's checker. Yeah.
Huh. Добре.
To the heavyweight jam.
Доколкото знам, тук има някакъв начин да разплетеш неговите несвързани реплики в някаква кохерентна реплика накрая. Това какъв тип игра е? Средно между Quest и RPG. Такъв тип игра е. Много диалози, много мистерии и супер такива философско-депресарски тематики се засяга от самата игра. Доста е особена и доста интересна, ако успееш да проследиш сюжета. Предвид, че я виждаш за първи път, ще ти е доста трудно и може би няма да ти е, нали, най-интересното нещо за гледане. Признавам си без бой, но пък си заслужава супер много да изиграеш сам по себе си. Is it hardcore though? I don't know what to say to that. Shit, не е това. Are we though? But is it? I mean, really? The young man adds a capital G before the H in YAG and AG. This produces a guttural Gottwaldian accent, and it makes him sound more animal, more in it. Or maybe not Gottwaldian, maybe it's Oranese. Probably an homage to Oranje, where Arno van Eyck is from, judging by his name. Това тотално не е закачка с Пол Ван Дайк. Could you be listening to Arno van Eyck's creation right now? Yeah!
The Y to the E to the A 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 to the G to the H to the hyphen mark. Yeah!
He missed one A. Така.
I'm the hard rhymer, the track attacker, the mic enforcer, the sixth checker. I am the law.
Привет, плейнотче. Плей, имаш ли идея кога точно съм взел всичките възможни реплики от този симпатяга? Защото нямам идея дали това е всъщност края на диалога с него. Енциклопедия ми е на 7 в момента. Ще окачим на 8. Not gonna say. We're close. Все още май има нещо. So this is the famous Van Eyck I'm hearing? He moves his mouth, but sound doesn't come out. His eyes are the size of saucers. Looks like you rendered him speechless. Yeah, I'm a major Eyck head. The skinny Rays looks at you with some disbelief.
So am I! So am I! Oh, is that why they call you Egghead? Because Egghead to the mega, the K became the G, the boy became the man.
What?
The advent? We're close. True, hard, full, car. It's hardcore. Skibber-dee, skibber-danger. We're close. True, hard, full, car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Here comes the night. We're close. True, hard, hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeko kata, the place to be.
You said that before. What's this Yekokata place to be? Why is this Yekokata the place to be? What does this mean?
Yeko kata, the hardcore place.
An intricate system of irrigation networks pockmarking the earth, intermittent seas of phosphorus mud, a ripped tarpaulin fluttering in the wind. A pair of molten rubber boots also comes to mind. All in all, a truly hardcore place. Това описание ми напомня началото на Blade Runner. Новия Blade Runner. Отколкото на нещо музикално. Окей. Internally coherent.
All core, all right, yeah. Gotta get the people going.
I see.
Yeah, request. I want everybody as close to the stage as possible. Full car. It's hardcore. Skibadis.
Nope.
True. Hardcore. Hardcore. Internally coherent. All core. All right. Yeah. Hardcore. Ah.
No, but seriously, I'm a little worried it isn't.
The question is, what is the question?
That would be really good if I asked you a question, but I didn't. Now it's just idiotic.
But there was a question.
Не мога.
We're close. True. Hard. Full. Core. Hardcore. Hard. Internally. All core. All right. Hardcore. The question is, but there was no question.
Последен опит. Тоест не последен, но нямам идея.
Skibadis.
Нямам идея на къде да ми тръгне мисълта. Също той печега.
All core. All hardcore. Is it though?
I was just thinking that a moment ago.
One mind, one spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life. We're close. True. It's hardcore. Skibadee. True. Hardcore. Hardcore. Intern. All core. All right. Is it though? What is it? I mean, really.
What is the question?
But seriously.
Аха, окей. И привет, One. За 4-ти месец. Благодаря ти много. Нали съм се... Споменал съм го и друг път, че на 4-ти левел в D&D взимаш една статистика. Между Strength, Dexterity, Intelligence, Wisdom, Constitution и Харизма. Къде си избираш твоята точка да отиде. No, but seriously, I'm a little worried it isn't. Egghead frowns and starts bobbing his head back and forth once more. Don't be alarmed, everything's okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is it could be even more so. You said you were worried. What do you think is wrong with the music? There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore. He turns pensive all of a sudden. Sometimes I just feel like Anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last month, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51. Is it something holding it back from being hyper? He thinks for a moment, then his expression clears. It's like it's only ultra. I think it's super hardcore, but you're right, it's not hyper hardcore. If anything, it sounds a bit proto, like it's not fully formed yet. You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed cop, but you're pretty sure a certain thing cannot be both proto and hardcore. It's proto, not hardcore at all. Whoa, culture cop! I think you might be right, but how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but I cannot think it in my head. If it's not hardcore, how could anything be? sounds suspiciously like a question. I thought the question was, what is the question? No, this is the answer. Try to think if anything could make it harder core. What? He looks at you with customary amazement. Guys, there's something happening in his head. Think even harder. Привет, Irene. Oh yeah, he's doing it. But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason. My imagination fails me. Shit, не може ли нищо да измислим? I know, so does mine. He laughs and shakes his head. Wait, I remembered something. I'm the police. Uh-huh. The young man is bursting with anticipation. Actually, it's more likely to hinder us. Oh. Maybe we need something extra. Направо се оплитам. Накъде изобщо да поведем тая мисъл? Евентуално да вземем още бонуси към този чек, ако го разпитаме още. Is your real name Jermaine? Dartcore, hardcore, Jermaine Egghead. Basically it is. Why are there lungs on your belt buckle? Lungs are for love. L'amour, la compassion, l'autodiscipline. Love, he suddenly yells, and the world seems to stop. In a woman's lungs. Lonely as I am, I'm not afraid. This strange, damaged feeling grows on, cause I've never loved someone like you before. A dopamine surge accompanies the words. It feels like electricity flowing down your scalp, dissipating into your neck. Feels good, like a spark of life in that moribund sponge you call your body. Това продължава обаче да не ми качва шансовете на този чек. Можем да го кашкавалим теоретично.
Incremental progress.
Yeah! Incremental progress е така или иначе моя девиз за живота, така че няма какво да се обърка. Incremental progress, първи опит. Playnot е професионален Twitch мод. Във всеки канал има Nightbot и Playnot. Така като го кажеш, всъщност да. Come on, incremental progress. 28% шанс си е почти като 100. Буу! Толкова близо и все пак толкова далеч. But no, not really.
Incremental progress.
Да се прекръсти на Playbot. Би могъл. Поправихте този уикенд, бе, чат.
Incremental progress. Yeah!
Аз очевидно не инкрементално прогресирах, така че не мога да се похваля с абсолютно нищо.
Incremental progress.
Yeah! Да не би да трябва да живея със своя провал. Come on. Видеогейм.
Incremental progress. Yeah!
Не ме карай да се чувствам както се чувствам Ирала. Търси ресторант за сватба. Имаш ли да ни споделиш нещо, Лан? Коя е щастливката? The One. Това е абсолютен скам за 28% шанс. Абсолютен скам. Това е невъзможно. Стига, бе! Имам чувството, че на чекове с 4% шанс ми е връзвало по-лесно. Как коя гаджето ми годеница? Ти да видиш. Можело значи. You know it in your lungs where the pressure should vibrate, in your heart that's alone, and in your solar plexus where the hits should land. So does every chordate animal. It needs more bass. What? The young man makes a sudden move like he's about to turn the volume down, but that would be ridiculous. And a melody. A good melody is what makes the song really stick, so that you can't get it out of your head anymore. Wow, okay, we should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from? I don't know, I was thinking you would know. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about anodic music, I'm just a party boy. I get the people going and say it's hardcore. Okay, I'll look into it. In an official capacity, it's up to the police to make the beats go harder. The young man falls silent with appreciation. He even tries to contain his smile, as if it could hinder your investigation. Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it, so that Egghead could use it to remix Van Eyck's jam. Yeah, maybe that street hawker across the pawn shop has some tapes to sell. It's just an idea. Anyway, that's all yours to figure out, Cop Man. Cop Man? Я преди да пробвам с тези тейпове. Уикенда не беше лош. Почина си, води кучето на фризьор. Гледа лоши момчета и си рисува новия арт. Бях пред едни, в които официално не си болен от доста време насам. Честито. Как са новите лоши момчета, by the way? This banging megamix? What the fuck? Какво е това? Дори не знам откъде го имам. All right! He snatches the tape from your hand and attaches it to the empty reel slot. One hand on his headphones, he listens to the audio, then shaking his head, he says, No, 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 this is gonna make people scared. Keep it positive, keep the love in the house. Great. Това е тъжната песен. Няма как да са тези. Просто няма никакъв шанс да са тези. Така, я да си погледна сега. Look into the spookers in the church. Разбрахме, че те искат да стартират нощен клуб в изоставената църква на острова до Ревашол. Обаче не съм много сигурен дали ще е толкова лесно да опразним тази църква. Има и други кандидати за нея, доколкото мога да преценя. Dead body on the boardwalk. Да, и намерихме още един труп. Jamrock Public Library. Там ми трябва колата на Кицураги, за да направим този квест.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean.
Can't say. Gotta ask questions first. Your associates tried to use me to set up a drug lab. I'm guessing you knew of the plan. I did, and I'm sorry. She doesn't appear surprised. For what it's worth, which isn't much. This is why I didn't go into the tent. The lieutenant looks at the ocean, squinting his eyes. Typical delinquency. You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it. I even tried not to lie to you. Indeed, she merely tried to omit the truth instead. Instead, you opted to omit the truth. It's the same thing. I know. But I knew you'd see through their plan too. I'm not an idiot. I should have been able to control them. I will in the future, I promise. May I ask, what did you tell them? I told them that I'm gonna decide after I've looked into the church situation. Oh, right, that's wise. Take your time. The others told me you went inside the church. What did you see in there? Oh, you're not gonna believe me. There's no point in me telling you. She's less prone to blurting out Crabman than the others. We'll see about that. Go ahead and tell me. Okay, she nods. I went in and saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe. She was dressed like someone who's being raised by their grandmother, you know? Strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still. What the fuck? Go on. And then, you know, right behind her a man crawled down the wall, upside down like a crab. Down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. Това изведнъж се превърна в хорър. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me, right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story. Like a crab, you say? The lieutenant nods. His face is stone. What did the crabman look like? Crabman? Човекът рак? It was too dark. She shakes her head. I couldn't tell exactly. Come on, she obviously could. She already went into detail. Quit stalling on me. What did he look like? He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that only made it scarier in a way. A crab and a banger? The lieutenant raises an eyebrow. Yes, a banger, as in a masked gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw. You're wrong, I do believe you. She raises a brow. Why? What do you stand to gain? Nothing, she says. Anyway, what else? I'd like to know more about your associates. My associates? She blows on her chilled fingers. I haven't got much to say about them. Just answer the question. Sorry, I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them. To the cops. What about you? Tell me something about yourself. Me? I'm a silver bird. Silver bird feels strangely familiar. Was it an expression, and if yes, for what? Then your mind sleeps and the thought is gone. Поне взех пърк, който ми дава екстра експириенс и пари всеки път, когато енциклопедичното ми познание се сети за нещо. Супер много сваля от харизмата, но така или иначе правим много нехаризматичен персонаж, така че няма никакво значение. Ще сме си енциклопедични темерути до край. Аха, okay, maybe I'll ask later about all this. Всички тези таскове. Нямам никаква идея дали имам време да изпълня всички тези таскове. Нямам идея колко дни всъщност имам в тази игра. Което е някакъв проблем. Тук имах мисъл. White-bellied cormorant eyes you suspiciously. Adorable. Привет, Нивке! Ханло! Абе, някой ще ходи ли тази седмица на София Game Jam? Казах аз, виждайки Нивка. И присещайки се. What? Този мост го спуснах. Ще ми извиняват. Бро, Курибъл. Мога да се закълна, че този мост го бях бутнал предния път, като играх. The fuck? Децата ли ще ходи? Баси симпатиарят. Ти си на работа. То е уикенда. В по-голямата си част. Петък вечер има откриване. Добре, време за Revelations Play Not. И ще си говорим относно какво имаш предвид в четвъртък, като те питах по въпроса. За лекциите. Лекции? Има лекции? Аз знам само за събитията през уикенда и петък вечер съответно. Не ме разбра. За телефона, бе. Metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change. You hear the tone. The machine is operable. Put 10 cents in and dial a random number. End of tone. Someone picks up. Pierre? Is that you, Pierre? The voice is female and sounds about 100 years old. Yeah, it's me, Pierre. So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died. It gets lonely even when you're with people. Are you sure you're Pierre? Your voice, it's different. There. Chrysanthemum. Her voice is drowned in white noise, sounds like waves washing a beach, growing in volume until the call suddenly disconnects. Още 10 цента. Someone with a masculine voice picks up. Hello, Gerard speaking. Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, you're electricity. No, what you are is a surprise. Get his wife on the phone. Hey, Gerard, get your wife for me, will ya? Who is this? The man does not understand. Doesn't matter, put her on. I don't like waiting. Who the fuck do you think you are talking to me like that? The voice on the phone is suddenly very agitated. Guillaume Le Million. Very funny, asshole. Why don't you grow up? Oh, and Disco is dead. Phone hanging up. Okay, още 10 цента. Stop calling me, man. Someone picks up. The voice on the other line is slightly hysterical. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight, let me work! You seem to be in some sort of trouble. Maybe I can help you. I'm a police officer. The phone gets hanged up fast as lightning. All you hear is a little shuffle of nylon as the hand moves on the other end. Disconnect. A single lets you know the lieutenant is ready to move on. Още 10 цента. Calling. I'm tired. A man answers fast this time. His voice is hoarse from cigarettes. You hear typing in the background. Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while. I'm tired too. If I could go just 1 month without writing, no, 2 months, I could regenerate my brain. Fucking liberalism. The man disappears with a sigh. You do not hear the customary disconnect tone, just silence in the headset. The machine is still waiting for you to dial a number. Seems like he did not have time to swallow the coin. This sometimes happens. От супер много време не съм... Това е нещо толкова 90-тарско. Телефон с монета. Дори не мога да си спомня кога е било последния път, когато съм се обаждал по телефон с жетони. Трябва да е било някъде тогава, 98-иш, 9-та, може би. Holy shit. Но си ги спомням. Едни такива сивкави апарати. С жетончета, метални. Навсякъде из кварталите. После имаше такива фонокарти. Вау. И това време мина. Привет, Spectra. Lucky you, the call went too fast for the payphone to register. You can still make a new one without paying. Feels old man, нали? Фонокарта, която е дума, която не чакаш, ще чуеш някога пак. Yep. И аз не съм си помислил, че ще се сетя за нея. Изобщо. Колко съм стар. Не съм прекалено стар, даже изобщо, но... Понякога си чувстваш годините, като се сетиш за такива артефакти от миналото, които очевидно вече никой няма да види. За разлика от Любо, с който си имаме годишнина. Честита годишнина, Любо. Благодаря ти много. Наистина. Благодаря за ще да кажа дългогодишната, но тя ще стане дългогодишна. Разбира се, дългосрочната подкрепа. Много, много благодаря. Какво ти взех? На мачка на риска. Съжалявам за която. Това хванах. Така че това ще гледате днес. Алтернативата беше да съм по тениска. С която спя. Така че... Dial a random number with your eyes closed. You close your eyes and put your index finger on the rotary dial. Впрочем е с такова, с шайба, този телефон. Then pull down on the number, then move one up and repeat the motion twice. Strange. This is not how you started before. Wait, what did I just do? You dialed 001. This is not the area code of Revachol. It's another destination, another Isola, some far-off nation-state. 005 is Revachol, S-A-R. 001 is Graad, on the Graad Isola, where the telephone was invented. The next 2 digits you dial are the area code for the city of Mirova. Keep dialing. 41, 44, 47. The rotary dial feels cold from the sea air. 11, 17, 361. Your fingers keep moving like a spider every time the ring rotates back with a little ring of metal, like a bell tolling. There's more? Yeah. 451 67451. You're going deeper now into some unknown place, far away from this island of matter and its telecommunication networks. Let's finish it. 451. You've dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. Surely nothing can come of this, you think. But it does. A connection. An ultra-long distance call. Your ear fills with a crackle, then wash of a strange ocean full of white noise. A little bird starts ringing in there, not like the local calling tone before. No, a small ring in a cage of distortion, far away, a distant network of phones. Calling. Calling in the night. Calling still. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy. Kim? The lieutenant is too far to hear your yelp. The sea wind blows. Опитаме Impossible Check-а да затворим. You can't. Some strange force is keeping you. Is keeping the headset glued to your hand, your ear listening to the ring in the speaker. Calling. 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 Calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the depths, a woman's voice emerges. Small. The dearest thing you ever heard.
Hello?
Hello? She hums, her voice warm from sleep.
Who is this?
Your voice is beautiful.
No. It's you, isn't it? It's you.
Who is this?
Dora. Who is this? The connection is bad.
In the distorted distance. Ще я увелича малко, I guess. In the distorted distance, you hear someone turning next to her. Bed springs rattle. Don't react. Whatever you do, don't react to the last thing. Добре, Вулишин, ще те послушам. Doesn't matter if you react or not. You still think you hear a man's voice in the background. It's covered in pain and white noise. I want to die.
What?
It takes a second for her to realize what you said. Your voice makes me want to turn into dust.
Oh no. Is that you?
Her voice sounds like she's waking up now, still plaintive, tired. This is too much. You need to recede. A creature is a creature. I wish I was the wind.
Oh no, not this. What time is it?
Интересното е, че ако и кажа с Богом, това не е края на разговора. Така че ми е интересно да видя какво ще стане, ако кажа goodbye. A sigh. She heard you, but she does not hang up. And neither do you. You can't. I can't tell you who I am. I've a secret plan to win mankind 3,000 years of peace on this planet. I have to be ominously vague.
You're not ominous, Harry. You're drunk.
Тази директно морална щета ни влиза в сърчицето. You only have two, maybe three things left to say before the change runs out. I'm not drunk or high, I'm just hurt. Why does it hurt to talk to you?
Oh God.
There's silence, it's heavy as tin. The white noise howls. Hey.
Do you know what time it is? It's so late here.
Sounds like she's looking for a clock on the nightstand.
It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours.
You're in Mirova, right?
Yes, I'm in Morova. Sleeping.
Where are you going in 2 hours?
To work. The
Where?
academy, where I work.
The academy? Sounds better than my job. I'm happy. Още демидж директно в психиката. Nice. No response, only a sigh. The connection crackles like burning paper. Is someone there with you?
Yes.
Oof. I'm the law. I'm a detective. I'm doing a case. There's a hanged man. She does not answer anymore. I'm gonna solve it.
Harry.
Uh-oh. Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money. Put 10 cents in and dial the long phone number again. You dial the number again, 26 pulls of the rotary dial. The machine eats the coin and a terrifying ocean of distance rustles in your ear. In the middle of it, a familiar ring, small and distorted. Calling. 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 Pick it up!
Harry, please.
There was someone there before. I heard someone. Who's there with you? She does not answer. All you hear is hiss. And it answers to my mystery.
Please. I'm going to hang up now, okay?
Phone hanging up. Трети опит. You dial the numbers again, as you've done many times. You remember it well now. Calling. 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 Calling for who knows how long, but no one answers. You need to insert more money to call again. You want my money? Punch the phone. Атака. You want more money now, huh? You want fucking money? Punch the phone again. It didn't give you any fun for that money. Your hand is turning blue now. Blood drips to the ground. Bent metal, broken glass. Your path lies strewn with the broken forms of everyday objects. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter. No, I'm just a disempowered individual trying to take my disempowerment out on everyday objects. Look, there's a discarded milk carton on the floor. Why don't you destroy that too? Good idea. Fuck you, milk carton. This is all your fault. Kudos. И взехме нова мисъл от това. Не мога. Окей, освен изтискващо емоционален разговор, какво това ми казва за сюжета, бе, Плейнот? Хайде сега да го обсъдим, като сме толкова напред в играта, така или иначе. Имам, впрочем, сега опциите или да отида към църквата, или да се върна към Мартинейз, където имам някои други неща да свърша. Ще би ще тежа. Да де! Но аз повече имам предвид за сюжета на престъплението, I guess. По принцип да, безспорно е бившата жена. Само че така се връщам към хлапетата. Има още неща около този разговор, за които не знаех. Окей. Fair enough. Приемам това като аргумент. Малко е трудно да се ориентираш така с карта, която не те отбелязва ти къде си. Впрочем. Това е една от малкото ми критики към играта. Това какво беше? Това е сълцето. Където мога да спя, така или иначе. That's nice. Тя може да изпере това яке, което намерихме. Foam Windbreaker. -1 драма. Едва ли ще го нося скоро време, предвид, че най-вече подобрява физически умения, пък ние не залагаме на тях, но...
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
That's my motor carriage in the sea, by the way. Oh. She looks at the pointed direction. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? I got drunk and apparently drove it in the sea. She looks at you and shrugs. This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. You're suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage? Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. What an odd thought. Maybe I should. Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans, to some extent at least. Life world? Someone's been reading up on last century Gottwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now. Alright, I'm in. We're organizing a funeral. Привет, кралички. С твоите 28 нива. Недостижима. Освен от Марти. Капа правите за теб. Organizing a funeral takes a lot of time and effort, doesn't it? Oh yeah, she says with a chuckle. He won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June, and where are you gonna bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it. That's all we have time for right now, anyway. The lieutenant looks at you sympathetically. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere. It's a pity we don't get to do more frivolous side activities, like rejuvenate the doomed commercial area, or... The lieutenant looks at you almost gently. Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do, like the murder investigation, for example. So I take it that's your skiff. Sure is. The Sun, I call her. Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue. Sunny days? Предвид, че вали постоянно. Aye. She looks at the rain circles on the water. Sunny days. You got problem with that? No, ma'am. We have no quarrel with sunny days. Good. It would have been bad news if had it turned out it wasn't a sunny day, but bad news for the skiff, bad news for the nets, bad news for the kids. There's a moment's silence. She looks at the rain streaming down the yellow belly of the boat. When do you think the boat will be ready? In time, she replies with a nod and adds, when the sea turns and the wind settles, she will be ready. My prediction? It will be at least 2 days. Интересно. Hey, Asling! What is it, resub day? Thanks, guys. 6 months. How are you doing, sir? Имаме още един скил point, впрочем. Почнаха да валят скил поинтовете. Веднъж като взехме по-качествени пъркове. Time flies. Indeed it does. Yeah. We got to 2020, didn't we? 36 months over at the other channel. Holy crap. That's exactly 3 years, right? Окей. Ето това е колата ни, която сме разбили някъде в началото на играта. Или по-точно преди началото на играта. Така, как се минава от тук? Не беше ли моста някъде? Ето го тук горе мост. At least your math. Your math is correct, my friend. Your math is correct. Почнаха и събовете валят. Дай... Все така, все така. Не се отпускайте. Наистина, благодаря ви много, впрочем. Много, много сте мили. Така... Тук имаше tape player, нали така? Can I get a discount on the boombox? Police discount. A discount? I do have to keep the lights on, man. It's 12 real. Remember, he doesn't like music. He likes sounds. The Door Gunner Megamix is his kind of tape. Certainly he'd give you a discount if he knew you'd play something so experimental. Careful, you can only do this once. I'm not just doing any police work. I got the Door Gunner Megamix here. An era-defining work. Let's do 4 real. He purses his lips. 4 real is offensively low, but just this once. For the Musique Concrete Cop. Thanks for the discount, man. Или мога ли просто да си пусна това на бумбокс? Не мога. Окей. Заслужаваше си да пробвам. And there you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes. Супер. Сега къде е tape player обаче? Tools. То е такова ли? Equip to play tapes. Така. И това са ни двете касетки, нали? Я да чуем записа, който ни даде Тайтас. Това е като албум на Sun O, къде му изчезнаха бакенбардите. Намерих си шейвинг кит в една от къщите в играта, човек, и играта ми предложи да го обръсна и аз го обръснах, защото исках да видя какво ще стане. И това стана. This isn't a Ravishol, a man's voice says. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants. Another loud screech, some kind of machinery. The Haba. Kim takes out his notebook. This is the sound of a Kvalsund crane. He is right. More static. When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit, dogs and chickens too. Gonna rent a room, Cordy. A real nice one. This part is unintelligible. I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape the disco cunt on the counter. You know? The dancer whore upstairs. Do it Leash Min style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth. A click, then silence. The rest of the tape is empty. The lieutenant presses the button marked Arate on your portal reel. The tape stops spinning. What was that at the very end? Silence? End of recording. Witcher си забрал бръснача в някои от къщите. Така като се замисля, в Witcher 3 имаше някои много особени предложения за прическа и брада на Гералт. Не знам дали си ги спомняте. Така че ми е чудно какви ще вкарат в Cyberpunk. Нали? Сега имат още 5 месеца да я полират играта. Да вкарат още 10 абсурдни прически, примерно. Но да, на паница беше класик. What do you think? It seems authentic enough. Probably recorded off their shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounds like he was on patrol around the harbor walls. I agree. He also sounded inebriated. Still, the lieutenant looks at the tape. You are familiar with this look now. It's his look of suspicion. Who's this Corty? One of the other mercenaries, I think. The one he was talking to. A friend of his? What's Lishmen? A village on the Samaran Isola, in Tienend. Graad committed war crimes there. The kind of things he talks about. The TN conflict is an ongoing proxy war between Graad and Safra. It has been hot for 12 years, with the atrocities piling on, mostly committed by Graad. You think he was there? Who knows? Maybe that tattoos would have the answer. We would need to know the story of the man's service. A symbol of soldier of apocalypse style conduct is in a civil environment. Okay then, what now? I think we've got a few more questions for Classier, don't you? He looks around. This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree. As you take out the tape, the boombox tunes itself back into a cheery radio again, spewing out beats like it's Friday night. Това ще го направим в... О, мафъга, той е бумбокс, който си държим на... на рамото. Това е. Касетофон на рамото. Класик. Такова нещо не съм виждал от... Да не ви разправям от кога. Само да не я полират като Андромеда. Човече! Моля те, имай милост. Това пък как не е комплитната? What? Защо това не е завършена задачка? Много интересно. На паница с она бреда, където само под устата е обръснато. Човек с вкус, Спектра. Човек с вкус. Можем ли изобщо да звъним на някого в един и нещо през нощта? Jamrock Public Library. Я да видим дали тук са вкарали чак такъв детайл, да не можеш да звъниш в един през нощта. Айде всъщност първо да репортнем мъртвото тяло. Така... Вау, окей, вкарали се го като детайл. Не работи библиотеката. По никое време през нощта. Добре. Чисто за контекст бяхме намерили едно тяло на Кея, което обаче не е свързано с мистериозното убийство, което разследваме от началото на играта. Ако си пиян, трябва задължително да можеш да звъниш в нечовешко време. Това въпрос е не дали мога да звъна, а дали някой ще ми дигне по-скоро. Привет, мани. Такива неща като Андромедата са хубави, че да се случват, че не се самозабравят, в един момент всички решиха, че окей да изкарат недовършени игри, които допачват в последствие до безкрай. Нивке... Имаше момент в... как да го кажа, геймърската ми история, в която бях готов на въпроса любимият ти разработчик кой е, директно да посоча BioWare. Ще го кажа така, тези времена отдавна са отминали. Много отдавна. Вече повече ме е страх, като видя нещо, че обявяват. Доколко ще си укепазът някогашното име. Както и да е. Gartay, I found the new bird for the whirling. What is this thing? The bank takes the stuffed bird. I want to apologize for breaking the great skua by bringing you these rough grounds. Okay. He inspects the bird somewhat suspiciously, then mellows. Okay, well, this is actually a nice bird, a competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you? I'm gonna go with thank you. I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals. It's not actually about that, but he liked it. Повече обаче няма ти плащам, нещастник. 20 жълтички за преспиване, как ли пък не? Къде е криптозооложката? What? Къде е Лена? Шет, верно ли я няма? Да, то по никое време като цяло как да я има, ама... Не става. But then Bethesda started doing stuff. То тук, нали, въпроса най-ужасната компания за потребители или за разработчици, защото има и такива, които като теб са посочили Blizzard, Westwood, LucasArts и така нататък, тега. Да. Малко или много научаваш, че името на фирмата не е равнозначно на хората, които са направили любимите ти игри, защото тези хора идват и си отиват. Дали ще се пенсионират от индустрията, дали ще отидат в други компании, но някакси не може да останеш лоялен просто на едното име. Сега, кой ми е любимия разработчик? Това е тежък въпрос, впрочем. Може би, както казах, хубаво е да нямаш фаворити, а да имаш хора в индустрията, които уважаваш и следиш какво правят във всеки един момент. По-скоро, даже съм си мислил за такъв сайт, дали има хляб в него. Сайт, в който се води някакъв списък от ключови кадри в индустрията и проследяват къде са в момента и какво правят, а не толкова самите компании какво правят. Нали? Малко в стил искаш да знаеш не какво прави, примерно, да знам. Какво би било добър пример? Искаш да знаеш не какво правят Irrational, а искаш да знаеш какво прави Кен Левин в този момент. Нещо такова. Зависи какво си имам предвид, хора с най-хубави игри или консистентни или какво. Не би било честно, понеже не всеки добър кадър ви. Факт, нали? Това е... И аз съм го осмислял като пропуск в такъв тип концепция, че всъщност знаем за много малко от хората, от които зависи... от които зависят истински качествените заглавия. И освен това, правенето на игри е толкова масивен колаборативен процес, че е трудно да се обособят отделни индивиди, които да са чак толкова ключови в разработката на дадено нещо, че нали, да си заслужава да следиш конкретно тях. Naughty Dog са прекрасен пример, CDPR, да, така е. Привет, Inside Man. Дали Класи е тук по това време на деня? Доста се съмнявам. Знаеш ли кое друго е масивно? Аз ли да не знам кое друго е масивно? Господин Лан. Супер, добре, че бих път до тук, при положение, че Класи е и хората, с които трябваше да говоря, изобщо не са активни по това време на деня. Плей, спойлни ме съвсем чистосърдечно. Ще припадна ли по някое време? Има ли някакво значение кога отивам да спя с този герой? Какво по дяволите е Lube софтуер? By the way. Би ли ме осветлил? Да влезеш в arx. Ами в момента не търсим конкретно хора, които да влизат в кавички. Но ако се поопознаем, така да се каже, винаги има как да се помисли по въпроса. Аз нямам спомен да съм те виждал до сега, приятелю, в нашия чат, като за начало. Ако искаш, но ще трябва да спиш навън най-вероятно. Т.е. няма никакво значение. Лол. То в някакъв момент свършват нещата, които имаш да правиш, по принцип, но... Community. Няма по-добър начин от това да следиш стримовете и да следиш сайта. Както и Discord, разбира се. Всеки, който не е в Discord, за наказание го щипя по носленството. Кап. Това е главната разлика. Окей. Не само това. В някакъв момент просто свършват хората, с които им можеш да си говориш, или активните NPC-та по това време на денонощието. Но според мен ще може да направим това в църквата, в такъв случай. Ако няма абсолютно никой наоколо. За септември-октомври. Прощавай, ако съм те забравил. Да не си сменял ник, или аз просто имам лоша памет. Ако е така, прощавай, не е било нарочно. Аз не се славя с най-добрата памет. Това ти го обещавам. Иначе имам къде да спя, впрочем, плейнотче. Осигурих си достъп до онази къща в рибарското селце. Добре, я да видим какъв е случай на тази църква. Open the padlock with the key. The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open. Let's go. The lieutenant nods at you. Някакъв льохман кога е... Не си прав. Знам ли. Честно казано, пиша си черна точка на мен. Имам лоша памет и това е просто поредното доказателство. Добре дошъл отново. Радвам се, че се отбиваш. A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing into a great vacuum in the heart of the city. Okay. What the fuck? The grotesque wooden figure looks half finished. It was added later, it's not part of the original church. Това е някаква изоставена църква в покрайнините на града. More of the forked lightning pattern you saw outside. Bark beetles? No, it looks intentional, some long-forgotten style. The blackboard is filled with complex equations. They look recent. Something to do with radio frequencies? What the shit? The ball is filled with water. A live wire runs directly into it. Could these wires work as contact microphones? The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent. Wait, I think I still hear something. and then it's gone, almost all of it, but for the faintest of hums. It seems that sound here is detached from its source somehow. It's, if not blotted out outright, truly unusual. You can hardly hear your own breathing. Се опитаме да извикаме. Your voice is barely audible, not a howl but the softest of whimpers. Stomp your feet and clap your hands. You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow. What's happening, Kim? The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head, then he leans closer. Can you hear anything? Not really, but this is extraordinary. I've never experienced anything like this. I wonder why church was built with such strange acoustics. Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing on its premises. Could be. He doesn't seem entirely convinced, though. Look up into the bell tower. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead. Те мен сега не ме знаят, че си тук. Камо ли някой да те помни? Текстче, ти пък. Добре, да се опитаме да... Seriously? 72%. Just darkness without end. Премигваме срещу мрака и се опитваме да се ориентираме. Oh, what the heck? You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it. Един сейф тук. Is that a man? Looks more like part of the car. Всъщност, знаете ли какво? По-скоро ще лоудна този сейф. Искам първо да чегъртам машинариите в горния ъгъл на помещението. Подозирам, че ако имаме някакви чекове, ще зависят от представянето ни. От познанството ни с обстановката наоколо. Portable Harman Wow Sheet Tape Recorder. Тук се записва нещо. Радиосигнали. What the fuck? A machine stands in the corner, washed over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with a soft electricity. Another radio computer, says the lieutenant, stepping closer, and this time it's already turned on. We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the base. Yeah, but this machine looks just like the one in the doomed commercial area. It is also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model. Kim inspects the machine's framework, careful not to touch anything. The one you saw earlier was RAM Civic. This is the RAM Prefect. Huh. The RAM Prefect is the government version of the commonly used RAM Civic model. Т.е. това е правителствена машина. По някаква причина завряна в това забравено от Бога място. Let me just investigate it. You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. Така. Имаме някакъв запис. Да го преслушаме. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old. Good evening, Fortress Accident on San Bruno. This is the East Insuliandian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat, is this the personal log? It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area. Yvonne, it's me again. How are you? Good, thank you. It's not clear whether she recognizes your voice. Please repeat, is this the personal log? Fortress Accident, like the one in the doomed commercial area? I have 2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez, one in Saint Brun and the other on Rue de Saint-Ghislain. Saint Brun, this is the church. The lieutenant gestures around him. And Rue de Saint-Ghislain, that's the doomed commercial area. I looked inside the core, but the tape on the filament just said log February March. Good, please repeat the password. Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer. Продължаваме да не знаем паролата. God fucking damn it. Community. Познат още като Nerd Society. Има нещо такова. Трудно ми е да си представя по-нърди общество от това, което сме сформирали тук. In white, silver and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands before you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad, a dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. No. Cold wind seeps in from the crack in the glass. Snowdrifts cover the floorboard at your feet. Above you, you feel her multicolored eyes on you, inspecting you. Let's look up. The woman looks down at you, standing there. She towers among her followers. Architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive. It's not possible to live. As that great and desperate thought passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Do the same. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times as you stand in the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass. This is Dolores Day. The old woman in the village was right. Kim looks around. This must be the Dolorian Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the small Pinewood Church in some records. You knew of the place? It is a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. He lowers his voice. It was built not long after the Revochol's founding, 300 or so years ago by first-generation settlers. Ох, тези сладки монетки. Всеки път, когато се сетя нещо с енциклопедия, скилчето. Октомври, като идеш към София, ще се загубиш в метрото. Да идвам да те спасявам. Добре, защо чак октомври, впрочем? Много далеч. И как знаеш, че точно октомври ще дойдеш до София? What else do you know? There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Soeurs, they call them, the 7 Sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps. He looks at the machinery lying around. Kim, are you a follower of Dolorianism? Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are Dolorian in origin. Stroke your chin. Това е. Повещерски. The woman looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically. Didn't think you were spiritual. It is not spiritual. It is constitutional. The Dolorian system does not demand faith, only accordance. How did I know this is the mother of humanism? Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged into your hippocampus. This sees her innocence, Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. Hello, Thorny. Hi. Тогава ще си на София Open. Ясно. Тенис ентусиаст. Не знаех. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It had survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever as it haunts all men. Малко world building ми сипва играта относно коя е Dolores Day. Is a fashion icon. Thorny. Please. This is such an old shirt. I'm not even close to a fashion icon. I'm just happy I still fit in that shirt. It's 10 years old. Vladdy, after the stream, hey, I knew someone's gonna recognize my shirt someday. For sure. Бих да знам, че не е спрял стрима. Зачел съм се супер много. Прощавайте, ако се умълча от време на време. Но така като ми сипят дебелия енциклопедичен world building, направо ми се събират очите. Dolores Day. Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. The lieutenant's calm voice echoes in the cold air of the church. Дори играта се е бава с мен, че се да чета тук. Лор текстове. What are you thinking of, if I may ask? She's somehow connected to the case. She's been dead for 300 years. I am almost 1000% certain she is not connected to the case. He takes his glasses off to clean them. None of it, in fact. This church, the coast, this isn't a good place to get lost in. Как риза на английския shirt. А защо да не е, кралички? А ето така изглеждал стенописа. Или по-точно стъклописа. Преди да бъде счупен. A jigsaw of broken shards fall into place in front of you, a ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one, and a text, a leitmotif, below them both. What shattered the mosaic? Unknown. A motor carriage? A gunshot? Someone falling into it? Or maybe just hooligans looking for something to break? Who's the older woman? The escutcheon on her throne says Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel. Wow. Reichsapfel. За бога. Това е полунемска дума. In one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. What's the motto? Below both women, in luminous black letters. Après la vie morte, après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then along the left side, après le monde, le gris, après le gris, le monde de nouveau. After life, death, life again. After the world, the pale, after the pale, the world again. Впрочем, дисклеймер, ако съм заколил френския и някой се чувства персонално обиден от моя опит за френски, извинявам се предварително. Старата жена прилича на Гейбън, не мога. Can speak French. Nah, this was just improvisation. I have no idea if I said anything correct or if it was even remotely pronounced like that. Helps that I have a soft R. My R is not really like the hard Bulgarian R, really. Привет, Intra. Hello, hello. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this isola, the Insulindian, on human thinking. A tremendous sea change, akin to find life after death. Could these words be the password that unlocks the filament memory? Lieutenant, this used to say after life, death, after... Death, life again, he nods. After the world, the pale, after the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early days, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however. Why? It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. Were already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing. What's the RCM motto now? Justice, union, prudence, and force. Not very feminine. Not at all. Добре, да кажем, че това ще ни стигне като парола. Hey, her Renaissance Dolores Day sound like little figurines, right? Like holding little men between her fingers, remember? What? You have the headless Fallen Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back. What? Win who back? I can't win her back. She's a long dead historical figure. Don't be too pessimistic. Love doesn't die that easily. Okay. So very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figurines are for. What the fuck? Looks like I can't give this figurine to her. Why? Because she's a stained glass window. That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else? Like what? I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone to other things already. Тази игра понякога се ебава с мен. But the language one too. For sure, Kiko. Такава съм икона, че направо стенопис. Така, сега пробваме с паролата. Как така? Нали имаме паролата? What? Нали тук що си казахме, че евентуално слоганът е паролата? Защо не иска? Какво? Аз ли нещо не прочетох? Play. Или... What the shit? Да ви кажа как се ловят инстаграмки в офис сградата. Без да искаш си сложил бейт. Сподели Марто своето изкуство на ловенето на инстаграмърки. Тъй като аз отчетливо изпитвам нужда да придобия несметни количества от тях. Composure. И, честно казвам, бих си запазил тези. Емпатичните обувки не са лоши, но в момента не ни се очертават емпатични чекове, като че ли. Супер объркан. Ама кълна се, че играта преди малко ми каза нещо съвсем различно. Иначе плейнотчето е прав, сефте, да съм супер объркан в тази игра. Или в която и да било изобщо, или в живота си като цяло. Тази игра не помага в това да придобия увереност в това отношение. Нека го кажем така. Каква е чуденката, че малко работиш, нали? Буквално преди малко стенописа или стъклописа всъщност ми подсказа, че девиза на иконата е потенциално паролата на компютъра. Защо го няма като възможен отговор, когато набера оператора? I may have the right password. И сега го няма. Нани? Бърз въпрос, тази година планирал ли си Gamescom? Не съм го планирал, но най-вероятно ще отида, да. I am perplexed. От липсата на опция да кажа тази. Ако го питам за хинт. Не ще. Всичките съм ги пробвал.
Yes.
So, point to your face. I shaved. Yes, the lieutenant stares at your shaven face, his eyes narrowed. I don't know what to say. He coughs. Perhaps... What is it? You can tell me, Kim. I am not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the, Yeah, damage. He means damage. Either way, good on you. The lieutenant gathers himself. You were saying? Не много хора знаят, че се казва стъклопис подобрен за общата култура. Благодаря ти, Кико. Интересно, че чак сега съм ти изпъкнал с някаква обща култура. Но браво на мен, че съм се умял в крайна сметка. Защо аз те рохче? Ти и също така се обръщам и към останалата част от чата. Някой друг планира ли Gamescom? Gamescom. Клейнотчето продължава да не ми уидисва на акъла, да ми дава подсказки. Какви бяха опциите за мейнфрейма? Ами... всекви други, в смисъл. Hello. Pain threshold. Шалче. Симпатично. Датите са горе-долу същите, нали? И би ли ги написал? Ако са ти пред очите. Освен да говоря с този пичара, исках него да го оставя най-за финал. Fast lane за Sony. Ето. Let's try this again. I may have the password. Так, так. И тук го няма. 25 и 29. Окей, да. Върши ми работа, да. Works, както се казва. Да, първо ще говоря с онзи. Надявах се да е по-късно, ама... Is that a man? Looks more like part of the carpentry of the building came alive and is now studying you intently. The Crab Man! Are you the Crab Man? The man leans forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
I bet your alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You've come to the right place.
That accent is Villa Lobos, a peninsula in Mesk and a district in Jamrock. There is a sizable contingent of Villa Lobos-speaking Mesks in Revachol. The right place for what?
Here you can receive the mother's love, and when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of the bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
Hey, what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay it off already. Sheesh. Yeah, I guess I have a bit of a problem and it's been getting out of hand lately, but...
Estás crudo, eh? I see deep inside you. Your body and spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence, and you don't even know it.
I'm actually here on behalf of some young people looking to establish a nightclub.
I know it's hard to admit that you have a problem. I was like you once. Couldn't take an honest look at the damage Elvina was doing to my mind and my spirit.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Не мога. You know, for some reason, I feel like you have a point there.
Don't trust me, trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
Не знам дали само на мен той печага ми напомня на акцента на Мани от Грим Фанданго. Аз ли го чувам така? Sounds nice planning a trip. You check ticket for Bulgaria. Ooh, that's sweet. Super expensive. Yeah, you're so far. That's such a faraway destination. Trust me, Thorny. Japan is expensive for us too. Имаш някакви опасения, че ще е сравнително еднакъв като меланхоличния, защото всички заглавия са след събитието, плюс тази годишните юбилейски промиска за 2021. Има го този момент. Чудя се какво да кажа. Би трябвало Blizzard да са там този път. Евентуално с Diablo 4, ако ти интересува. Играта е много слаба. Мога да увелича още, всъщност. Ей, какъв съм глупав. То не е проблема в я. Влади. Съжалявам, чат. Голям съм заспа понякога. Ей, само секундичка. Викам си аз, че нещо не е наред, ама само си го казвам. И не проверявам. You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways. 'Tis not an act, my liege, saving perchance he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot. I'm gonna ask you again, are you the crab man? Never known myself to be a crab, but if it's the name you've cut for me, I won't stop you from using it. To be fair, it's more like a spider. He considered this for a moment. I've always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and the beams. It may be that I got more work on my technique. That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures. And is that a satchel of tools over there? Wait, did you carve all those sculptures? Sharam. Whittling wood used to be something I just did to busy my hands. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness. Alright, let's consider the context and meaning here. I see what you've done there. It's as if these figures are trying to become one with the church, or perhaps with the mother herself. It's all just for the mother, man. No need to overthink it. What were you before you became a crabman and a woodcarver? I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone. So many people losing their memory, a certain portent of doom. Nah, I say, it is not like that. Best thing that could happen to you, losing your memory. Do you remember your name, sir? Tiago is my name, but those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, Your place among your fellows, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore. My name's Harry. It's just a thing, Holmes. None of that matters. He ignores your hand, his limbs a mere shadow below the ceiling. What are you doing here? This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. He nods towards the ceiling. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration. I circle it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly. Are these yours? Show him the scarf. I think they were a long time ago. He looks at the red clothing items in your hand. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence. You can have them. I don't need them anymore. You look pretty dapper, actually. This mother of silence, do you mean her? No. There is a new god in town, and she can't be painted or sculpted because she has no limbs or even a face. She is the end. She is a cavity in the dark, beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes, and no one ever will. Привет, Dida. What will happen once you drink from this perforation? I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally at one with the state of the world before reality began. That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that. Are you sure you just didn't switch one drug for another? It is not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service. Too gleeful, those words. He's lying. Not to you, to his own very self. Faith is kind of a drug. Tiago shakes his head. I've heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot, but think, when is the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover, regretting what you did last night? I think love might have been my drug of choice, and I think I'm still hungover from it. Болезнени признания. Музиката звучи малко като в Танарис. От много отдавна не съм се връщал в тази зона. Скоро ще се върнем към света на Warcraft, но под RTS форма, като излезе официално Reforged след малко повече от седмица. Tiago looks at you gravely. She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. That love is but a drop compared to the ocean of mother's love. The mother will eat all of you and never spit you out. I was being insensitive, sorry. Let's move on. No worries, man. I know shit like that takes time. I still don't understand what you're doing in the church. I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory. Can you sing for me? Sing for me something. I ain't from no Marietti, if that's what you're thinking, and the song I sing is silent as the mother. Marietti is a masked style of music and dance commonly seen at all manner of festivities, especially weddings. It's delightfully quaint, owing to its peasant origins. He lost his cool there for a moment. Seems like you hit some nerve. How did you even find this place, this church? Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, babe. It didn't belong to me. Right. You've been here a long time. Do you know why the church was abandoned? Police raid a while back, he responds, his voice suddenly flat. Did you witness it? Oh, really? Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything. It looks like he truly does not remember. There's a vagueness to his sense of time. Do you know where the other spooker is? Other spooker? Oh, esa vieta muy estudiosa, he laughs. No, Holmes. Viejita is grandma? Wait, so there is another person living in this church and it's a grandma. No, I just call her Viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. He scratches his head. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear. Do you know where she is? That is what I said, Holmes. How can you not know that when you both live here? I don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We've got different interests. So you've got nothing to tell me. How she looks, what she does, who is she? I am afraid no, Ese. I just have to wait until she comes back or search through her radio computer. Have you by any chance heard the Viejita say the password to her radio computer? Too many times, Ese. You need it for something? Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety. I'm doing a survey of passwords and passcodes, identifying regional trends. In the interest of public safety, of course. Това е просто хакване чрез социално инженерство. Правим проучване на паролите в региона. И какви са тенденциите в паролите напоследък. Don't sweat it, Vato. The password is afterlife death. What do you think of that? Makes me almost pity la nihilista pequena when I hear it. Добре. Не! No! Мислех си, че ще... Супер бързо ще го прещакам, съжалявам. Трябваше да го питам за последното нещо преди да натисна. Че нямаме за какво да говорим повече. Фак! Не сте го видяли това.
I bet your alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry. Everything here you can receive.
This man is obviously a habitual.
Estás crudo, eh? I see deep inside you. Your body and spirit are suffering great. Not all of it.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay.
Don't trust me. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
Така. Some ravers want to turn this place into a nightclub. The ones in the tent outside, right? I seen them. Guess they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me. Do they have a reason to be scared? Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore, anyway. So what do you think? About the nightclub, that is? Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up here, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company. Така, това сме го опитвали. Така. Добре. Ето сега вече можем да му позволим да си ходи. Даваме един сейф. За първ път виждаш астерохчето зелено. Сериозно ли? Аз пък мисля, че винаги съм го виждал в зелено. Много са мистериозни понякога Twitch chat функциите. Не можеш ги разбереш. Така, най-сетне ще можем ли да включим машината? Afterlife Death. Good, I've unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Така. Принтираме. Този звук помните ли го? The first entry made on the 4th of February 52 by an unknown author is short and concise. Arrived at the church, the door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get electricity in. Всеки път в почтата. Shit. Аз си мислех, че е от живелица. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath. 4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while. Do you think it might be connected to the case? Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local. Eccentric. "6th of February, 52. Had a little chat with the local fisherman. Said I shouldn't go near the place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, alright, still hadn't figured out the electricity." February 7th, 52. Finally got electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking Esker series, something advanced. Why would she need an antenna? Why would anyone need any of the equipment here? Kim steps on a wire, running on the ground, inspecting it with his boot. February 8th, 52. Bought the antenna. Had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Бате Симо ли сте викнали да оправя антената? Heard the others are back to making art, aka drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been asking money from strangers. Сериозно ли? But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused the data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it manages to wipe out the backup when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know, everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right. Artists? Това е репликата, обаче. Artists? Programmers? Lexi? Who are all these people? I think these people worked in the radio computer games business. The one we saw in the doomed commercial area. They must be her former co-workers. A data loss? Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. February 12, 52. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see Martinez people again. Everything now is set up in the church, going to start working tomorrow 8 a.m. The strike. Kim strokes his chin. We're nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading, I'm interested now. I want to know What's the radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place? February 25th, 52. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging the disappointments. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics. Is she talking about? The lieutenant looks to his right, towards the silence. February 28th. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind, it's a pillar of silence with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here. The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk? Caramel, привет. Did I just say cereal? Swallow? Do you cereal, Spectra? Би ли си казал? Да си знаем. What could it be, though? Това с ареала на тишината ми напомни много на Hard-Boiled Wonderland на Мураками. Впрочем, не знам дали са взели концепцията от там, но имат точно същата необяснима тишина в някои пространства. Котка, впрочем. The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them, no ripples. March 52. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music. One neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good, I don't want anyone distracting me from my work. Как премина транзит? Ето я, връща се. Кажи Маци. Мач. Да. Привет. Hello. Установи се някъде, приятелко добричка. Ти си избери къде. The disco man must be a cell. The girl on the ice sounds like her, yes. March 52. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office of Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of a curse. How Martinez of her. That's me. I was the one who broke into the radio computer. And the storekeeper must be Plaisance. I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with that machine. No, it was a great idea. You're learning things. This is how you learn about the machines. March 52. A new 2-meter aux cable, noodles, crackers, ping energy drinks, water, toothpaste, gum, and also some canned air. Uh-oh. Ще си избера когато си иска. Май ни хванаха чат, че четем чуждия компютър. No Pong. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer. Sona, the programmer.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
I can assure you I'm an expert circuit bender. I'm not breaking into your computer, I'm using to access coalition military data links.
There are no coalition military data links. And even if there was, you couldn't access them over a civilian network.
Поне се опита. Yes, I could. I'm a cybernetic god. I'm using your RAM prefect to commandeer the coalition warship Archer. I will turn its cannons against its masters.
That's nonsense. You're just a police officer.
She barely looks up from the keyboard. You hear the machine whir back to life.
Now, please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
Quick save. Кора Брус, нали? 3 точки откъде? Намерих 3 точки, бе. Факто да я. Даже се чуда. Quick save. Exactly, Thorny. Exactly.
What is it?
The woman is still hunched over the keyboard, gently illuminated by the purring machine. И аз имам purring machine, ето тук. Виждате ли моята purring machine? Да, мать. О, душата. Да. You're like Japanese. Ah, I wish. I've had a few Japanese classes back in high school, but nothing serious, unfortunately. It's long gone, anything I knew. I just remember the pronunciation of some things and how a Japanese person would read out something in English, I suppose. I didn't break anything, did I?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
Are you the lead programmer of Viral Untethered by any chance?
Yes. Or no, not anymore. That project is dead.
Sorry, but who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Sona Lukanen Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how can I help you.
Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she was still a teenager. That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned church. What are you doing in an abandoned church? You really like those questions, don't you? There is a hint of amusement in her tired eyes. I'm a police officer, it's my job to ask questions. I am conducting a scientific research here. You can't throw me out, she says, ready to stand her ground. What research? I'm looking for the location of 2mm hole in the world. Cool. Wait, what? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. Is the hole connected to the data loss in your journal? Yes, but that is what led me here. She stares at the burnished antenna on a nearby table. but I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that. The hell does a hole in the world mean? Exactly, what does it mean? There is something frantic about her as she locks her gaze with you, eyes shining like pearls. Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is, because it is impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist? She's suddenly absorbed in the conversation, waiting for you to answer. You measure it by collecting data on its surroundings, on that which does exist. Exactly, she nods. Very true. That is what I've been aiming for. That is why I have those basins. I have tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins. Money! That's right. Your pronunciation. No, I don't do it seriously. You are jealous. Aw. It's really just practice. Over and over and over and over. And then some more. But honestly, it is not progressing very well. Suona grows silent, staring at her circle of basins. It looks like some ancient ritual. Do you have any idea where the hole might be located? Somewhere underneath the roof beams, I assume. She looks up, eyes trying to pierce the pitch-black heights above, but without much success. Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark, most of the towers disappearing into the shade. Why there? There is this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow. And the higher you go, the less you record. The Pillar of Silence. Are you sure it is not just an architectural quirk? Maybe, but it is oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place. That's where the Crabman lives. I know. You don't think Crabman might be somehow responsible here? No, I do not. You said the research is not going well. Why not? Because it is just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... She stops mid-sentence. You know what? It could be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work. Right. Have you seen the Crabman? No. But you know he's around. Yes. He's seen you. And? And? The Crabman has seen you. I don't care about Crabman. She barely looks up now, tinkering with the machine's printer. Why are there so many machines in this place? Впрочем, ако стоя просто на този екран, може да служи като ASMR с механична клавиатура. I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything. Why do you need the antenna? Я да поразпитаме малко. Така... Опитам се да се информирам защо имаме изобщо нея като потенциално NPC. Има ли връзка с случая, който разследваме? Какво толкова чете, Влади? Не те разбрах, плейноче. Добре. Това е някакъв напредък, въпреки че все още не съм сигурен какво ще постигна.
Yes, what is it?
С нея. Is the Crabman still here? Къде е моят любим човек? Рак. Толкова намръщен. От мислене, безори. Ако знаеш колко се е стоплила стаята от мислене. Докъде докара какалара? Я кажи. Свърши с какалара. Е, това е заглавие. Зори, свърши с какалара. Привет, Смоук. Ноп, не е с нея.
Hi again. So, how things going?
About the church, I checked it out. And he tenses up. What happened? I talked to the Crabman. Oh man, who is he? What did you think? He gave me this odd lecture on alcoholism before rambling on about mother's love. Really? Huh, interesting. What's he doing in the church? There's something sinister going on under the building's roof. I think he's getting high or something. What do you mean? It didn't sound like a sober man's talk. He must be getting visions up there. No matter, the paranoid young man mumbles gruffly. Is it gonna be a problem? Yeah, no, he's right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about him? These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do. As far as I can tell, he's not gonna leave. He'll climb around up there, and guys, you'll never catch him. I don't know, man. It doesn't feel like a major hindrance to you? Andre rubs his jaw. A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have a nice, friendly hyper time? You're just gonna have to live with the Crabman. I guess it's not a massive problem now that I think about it. Everyone is welcome to dance until the morning light. Yeah! Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker, the one in the grandma's clothes? Did you see her? I was using the mainframe when Suna, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, appeared. A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub? She did not like the Anodic Dance Club idea. What a pity. It's my favorite thing in the world. Noid drops a hammer back into a toolbox. She doesn't like it at all. A shame. Andre sighs. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam and into a laser-lit future of dance and unity? Unity! Dance! She made it very clear that she won't leave until her own project is finished. You can't just evict her? Nah, I won't evict her. We have to come up with a different solution. Look at you, Honor Man. No, Noid, he's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. That's okay with her. We only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music. The lines in the dark exist, coexist. At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard, he'll understand. Yeah, he can do climbing things in the tower, and the programmer? Does she like Anodic dance music? She absolutely does not, really truly despises it. Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it. No worries, we'll figure it out. Andre nods enthusiastically, then leans in and whispers, if coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think? Perhaps if you dropped the drug lab, it might make it easier to convince her. Andre looks around the tent. Oh man, but the drug lab was like an integral part of getting the club going. For me, it was my favorite part. Chemistry is great. Besides, imagine all the drugs we could do if we had our own drug lab. I mean, Anodic music is great and all, but drugs, they make you feel really good. When did you last feel really, really good? Това е много Joker отговор. Never. I've never felt good in my entire life. That's exactly what drugs are for. Exactly. Time to expand your mind. I'll try convincing her. For now. За момента кое бие кралички? Кое е най-отгоре в класацията? You wonder how he'll wash his hair? No washing of such hair. It should just stay as it is forever. Да уитнесен отгоре в момента. Така и предположи, че ще стане. Няма лошо, де. И аз бих се накефил да я видя пак.
Yes, what is it? Yes, what is it?
What if you didn't have to leave? I talked to Andre and he wants to make it work. I don't want to make anything work, she replies, her expression unchanged. Hold on, you don't want to make anything work. Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work. Yes, ma'am. Listen, about your research, you mentioned earlier that it's not going very well. Maybe I can help with something. What? She looks up from her work, disoriented. No, I don't really need any help with my project. But if I could help you finish the project, then you wouldn't have to live in a church next to the Boom Boom anymore. Just think about it. Tsuna thinks about it, a glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair. All right, she finally says, blinking twice. Bring me the game's off-site copy from my old workspace if you really want to help. It is stored on a filament memory and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself. Така се оказва, че го имаме. Хаха! Но първо ще я питам. Какво е това? The radio game. Величествен разговор. Много се радвам, че я питах за допълнителни разяснения. Нали Букаш, че това е буквално ASMR с такава механична клавиатура. Мога да го оставя тук на този екран, да си го слушкате цял ден. Is this the filament you're looking for? No, that is the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization. She's tapping the table in a badly concealed impatience. I do not need it. In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk drawer in an abandoned cubicle. Okay, but still. Okay, всъщност... Reaches behind the radio computer and hands you what looks like an oversized pry bar. Ето с какво ще го отворим. If you can get me the offsite copy, you can keep the thousand. С удоволствие, душко. Намерихме си още по-голяма гига. Изчезва жуфлък. О, съжалявам да го чуя, Букаш. Лека работа. You're going to sleep? Have a good night, Torny. Лека нощ. Sorry if I missed you. Не сме насам, а сме от тази страна. Бачкай, бачкай, трябва си, безспорно. Бъди трудолюбива пчеличка. А пък ти се появяваш. Хеллоу, господин Бао. Малко е шибаничка ориентацията, като нямаме светлина, но ще се оправим. Къде тук беше... Това е селото, значи сме насам. Това е колата. Almost there. Чоп, чоп. Ето тук е прохода. Ще пада обикаляне, ама какво да правиш? Така, обратно в града. И ето го едното гифче. Благодаря ти, Букаш. Много мило. Добре, сега имаме не просто кози крак, ами направо кози мултитул. Pry bar плюс 2, if you will. Величествено обяснение. Без. Да не чувам детски глас. Вълче. Ама как така? Нали съм го еквипнал? What? Хероик? Пак ли е? Някакъв невъзможен чек. Това не знам дали има някакво отражение, между другото. Не, няма. Тоест има, но е негативно, реално погледнато, нали така? Yep, machine unplugged. Еми, явно ще го кашкавалим. There are times when you have to squish, така, спектра. Squish us. Покажи своята любов чрез мачкане. То не му е останало на него. Зрител, на който не е гифтвал. Днеска няма да пускам тото чат. Не и с този късмет. Абе, като казах Булкаш, той по-рано пусна в Дискорд новината, че Naughty Dog си търсят подозрителен набор от умения в бъдещите им кадри. Такива, които подсказват евентуална PC версия на тяхна игра. Как мислите? Можем ли да се надяваме на нещо толкова смело, колкото Naughty Dog игра на компютър? Fucking fuck. И ако да, дали ще бъде Last of Us 2? Алелуя. Ако почнат някакви такива конверсии, то това е някаква повратна точка в историята на Sony. Направо ще се прекръста като го видя. Uncharted, ама Last of Us 1. Ще видим. Ще имат много интересна конференция при всички положения. Те нали имат през февруари планирана презентация, за която уж мнението е, че ще говорят за PlayStation 5 на нея. Ice groans and howls under the strain of your giant Kvalzund multitool until the lid cracks open. Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero beauty sleep, a filament memory with words offsite copy written on the side. We should take it back to Miss Lukanenkild as soon as possible. I am not sure how well unused filaments tolerate room temperatures. Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filaments? There is a radio computer upstairs. О, рязко ще проверя кое има на този компютър. Fuck it, и YOLO и така нататък. Владислав, не искам да спекулирам за тизове на Mass Effect. Едно е да го говоря на глас, господин Плейнот, друго, Камен Плейнотов, ще ти викам на тебе. Друго е да говорим за разписване на новина, която така малко по-официозно да даде тежест на тези слухове. It sounds like something cracks before the piece of paper starts filling up the pure black ink. Something's broken. Machines are not supposed to behave like this. The paper is soaked with ink, its monochrome darkness spanning from margin to margin. It's not possible to make out any information. What? Are you fucking with me? Как ще им 92% шанс и това ще се случи? Те се сетиха кога да ги пускат. Реално това е перфектният момент, Вълче. Така надъхваш хората с компютри да ти купят следващата конзола. Буквално какъвто ще бъде случая и ако пуснат Horizon.
Yes.
Нали? Вижте го сега за вашите Dishonorable Personal Computers. И после вижте трейлера на Horizon 2 и си вземете новия PlayStation. Да, каквото казва Кико в общи линии. Добре, чак ми е странно, това някакъв предварително зададен фейлиър ли е? Какво? Повече приходи. Разбира се, и така като го пуснат с двугодишно закъснение, хем нали, който пропуснал, който няма конзола, глупости говоря, който е искал тогава, когато е излязло, си е взел и конзолата и копия от играта, а сега просто, нали, дабл дипват, топват си пръщчето и каченцето в два пазара едновременно, защото така и ентусиастите ще си го вземат втори път. Ако има игри, които ти сега на конзоли с повече от 3, ще си ги вземеш и трупаш хардуер, теоретично. Хардуер, който е буквално просто по-слаб компютър. Единствената причина, нали, да ти се наложи да го купиш е това, че са ексклюзивни игрите за него. Ако имах възможността и знанието, че ще мога да ги играя на компютър, било то на премиум цена или нещо такова, просто няма да се занимавам с това да си купувам още една машина. Не ми се трупат екстра хардуери. Добре, ако пак на 92% шанс ми фейлне, тук нещо не е наред. Finally. Това ли много мислим. Не бе, малко като си консуматор си гониш интереса. И в общи линии, ако дадат някаква индикация смислена, че Sony ще престане да бъде просто хардуер, но ще се превърне и в услуга, както Microsoft правят с Xbox. Аз лично ще тръгна в посока, в която ще третирам Sony като subscription сервис, а не като конзолен разработчик. Да. Друго пък на... Друга тема са и портовете и тяхното съмнително качество понякога. Аз с удоволствие бих си изиграл Horizon пак. Си мисля аз. Single speck of white shines out from the shade. Я да видим. През quality control ще ти върви. С астериск, че това ще е в повечето случаи. Този quality control. Но да кажем, че това е някаква гаранция. Безспорно, аз не казвам, че конзолите са безмислени. Но че аз бих се ориентирал към Sony като subscription сервис, ако предложа такава възможност. Се застрахова да не си зависим от ексклузивите. Как пък си успял да се застраховаш, Астерокще? Казва си, че една игра, ако е ексклузивна, няма да ти е интересна ли? Това ли е застраховка? Не речем, че трябва една да си купиш катипусън. Ама как ще си част от Zeitgeist-а, Анитке? Трябва да я имам веднага. Но мисълта ми е, че ако наистина пък кажат, че от тук нататък всеки голям Sony ексклузив ще бъде наличен за персонални компютри в рамките на година, сериозно ще се замисля по въпроса. Какво да представлява за мен PlayStation 5? Имаш PS4 и Switch, всичко на Xbox и за PC. Твоята застраховка, приятелю, е, че просто имаш всичкия хардуер, нали? Това не е опция за всички. Ти си социален мизантроп, бягай с Zeitgeist. The nerve! How dare you? How dare you desocialize? Аз ще бъда твоята Грета, Анитке. И ще ти казвам how dare you. She's right, you know. Ами, не знам. В крайна сметка, един PlayStation стигна до нея в някакъв момент. Мис имунизирана към Zeitgeist-а. Items.
Yes, what is it?
About the offside copy you asked me to bring. Аз съм така плейноч. В смисъл, в голямата част от игрите предпочитам да ползвам кейборден маус. Що мислиш, че толкова се бават с мене за адаптера? I brought you the filament. Thanks. She takes the filament, inspecting the metallic tape on its side. Looks like it is the one. What happens now? Now I'm going to print it out and see what's left of it. She's already inserted the filament into the radio computer's core, ready to close the door. Don't waste your time printing it out. There's nothing but a speck of white in a sea of ink. It's broken. A speck of white? She sounds excited as the filament clicks into place. That is exactly what I'm hoping to find. What do you mean? Lintel was able to divine the location of the anomaly from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment. Watch. She presses print. What an intricate display of failure. The paper gets soaked in ink again, its evil blackness shining in the light of the mainframe. It looks eerie. This is wrong. Machines shouldn't behave like that. It's the abyss staring back at you. Колко ницшеанско. Никой не се бава с Влади ди адаптер Рашковски. Ще видите вие. Ще видите, ще си взема адаптери за PlayStation 5-цата. Всичко ще играе на PlayStation 5 с адаптер. Няма да ви се размине. Да е твърдо голям дилея. Случва се. Now what? Siona doesn't reply, her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something, for her morning star, eyes scouring the millimeters. Here, she suddenly says, rising her ink-stained fingertip, I found it. It's that white dot, in the same place I saw it before when I printed it out. Hold on. She's behind the keyboard now, typing in some numbers that only she understands. The terminal beeps and the light inside starts pulsing like a growing heart. Can I do anything? Shh, just give me a second, I'm almost... She cloaks up her typing speed. The lieutenant leans closer to whisper. I have never witnessed a programmer work before. Done! Suona jumps up from the keyboard like a spring. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly. There is a joy in her voice as she bumps her fist into the air. Congratulations, damn. Thank you, she yells back with a grin. So where is it? Where is your 2mm hole in the world? There. She points at the other end of the church where a group of water bowls form a ritualistic arc in the swallow. Think you can help me again? She tilts her head, eyes sparkling. Sure. I need you to go to move those water bowls for me. I need you to double-check my calculations. Right, I'll go figure it out. I'm good at intellectual puzzles. С помощта на чат. Figure it out? She shakes her head, grinning. No, I don't need you to figure out anything. I've got a computer for that. She pats the mainframe. Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third ball 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth ball 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick. Sure. Така. Oh god, какво каза тя? Току-що. Third ball. Third ball 2 centimeters, fourth ball 5 centimeters. What's the third ball? Are you the second? Are you the third? Окей. Не е това, което си мисля. Quick сейвче. И са какво?
Yes, what is it?
I've moved the balls. What's the... It was mind-numbingly easy. What's next? Great, everything should be aligned now. Suona stops, biting into her chapped lip. What's wrong? Yeah, she snaps out of it. Nothing. Now the only thing left to do is unmute the headphones. If we've got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes. Wait, why did you have your headphones on mute in the first place? Honestly? Suona is avoiding your gaze. Honestly, I'm a little scared. Isn't it just gonna be silence and nothing else? I don't know. She stares at the heart of her computer. That is what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything. I mean, what sound does nothing make? How can you even listen to something that does not exist? She turns to face you, the mainframe throwing shadows on her chin. What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is... She grows silent, her face very pale in the cold light of electricity. You're overthinking this. Maybe? She rubs her face. Maybe I'm just tired. Why assume that something that has no presence, existence, or qualities has to be terrifying? Because it reminds us of death, and we humans tend to think that death is pretty scary. It's scary, but we just have to face it. Yeah, she breathes in. You are right, let's do it. She puts on her oversized headphones, ready to press unmute on the keyboard. The lieutenant takes a step back. And then... nothing. Nothing happens as Suona Lukanen Killed presses unmute on her keyboard. Nothing but silence. You can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's the quiet in the sanctuary. Suona doesn't talk, her eyes closed and brows knitted together in a state of deep focus, one hand cupping the headphone. Well? Damn it! Suona lets out a loud sigh before tearing off her headphones. She's still avoiding your gaze. Come on, did you hear anything? No, of course not, she says, clearly disappointed. Nothing happened, let's move on. What do you mean nothing happened? Did you find the swallow? No. She rests her face on her hands, massaging her forehead. No, my hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something if I got the coordinates right. Like I said, silence is only what surrounds it. But this... She raises her head, staring at all the machines that litter the church, cables coiling on the floor like pests. This is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is. You can try on the headphones, see if you can hear anything, but don't get your hopes up.
Yes, what is it?
Everything disappears. You're draped in silence, like a drowning man staring into the puny little headspace. Then the pressure changes. What does that mean? Feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a weather change hanging in the air. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it? Какво папкахме? Уоу, изведнъж се заформила от конзоли, стигнахте до папкане. Очарован съм. Аз лично ядох салата за обяд. Айсберг, домати, малко лека майонеза, подправки и няколко резанчета месце. Шварцвалдска шунка, ако не греша. Още не си ял днес, даже и стотинки за кафе останаха. Ти че бе, Плей? Абсолютно. Голям си. Да не припаднеш. Става за обяд. Йеп. Даже супер много съжалявам, че Salad Box не доставят на повече места в София. Доста по-често бих се възползвал, ако имаха по-адекватни доставки. Ще видиш какво имаш за десерт. При мен мама Сет е направила някакво плодово кремче и мисля да го похитя директно след стрима. Sona, what if we just need a better sound system? A better sound system? She repeats. Alright, but where would we get one? Suddenly a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a small patch of decorative stucco crumble onto the wooden floor. They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place, murmurs Kitsuragi, inspecting the damage done to the arabesques. Чувал си, че човек може и сам да си изготви, не само да поръчва. И аз съм чувал такива легенди, One, но още не съм се уверил с собствени усилия. Някой ден. Някой ден ще организирам готварски стрим, ще го кръста аутист се учи да готви и вие ще ми помагате, чат. Какво ще кажете за това? А за ядене нещо? Какво за ядене? Нещо такова, Плей, да. No, what they should really do is shut down the disco men from disturbing neighborhood peace. They could really help with the speakers, though. You mean the speed freaks? She closes her eyes as more dance music invades the holy silence of the sanctuary. Of course, the speed freaks! They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me? They would, if you wouldn't mind them moving in with you. I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence. There we go! Сприятелихме ги. Добре. Силно се надявам Плейнот да е прав и в някакъв момент да не припадне просто инспектора. Защото вече е в дълбоката нощ. Кой беше номер за свиряне на часовник? Ох, единия ми дядо, bless his soul, миличкия, си мислеше, че това е истински човек, който му казва колко е часа и благодареше точно преди да затвори на автоматичния телефон за точен час. Беше най-сладкото нещо на света.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Here to talk about the church again. Good news! I managed to convince Suna. She's okay with you guys moving in, but on one condition. She needs your speakers for her project. The Speed Freak smiles, happier than he has ever been before. We're grateful, Co-op man. You're an augury of a new era of hypnotic dance music. You're gonna have to share space for a couple of weeks until she gets her research finished. That's fine, we can manage. And, what about the side business? Have you made up your mind? That's a no-no on the drug lab. Oh man, really? His smile wanes slightly. You're a complete ballbuster. Fine. We can make do. It's gonna take us a bit to move the stuff inside. A couple of hours maybe. Come check back later. Let's get moving. Добре. А на какво ще готвя? Нещо по-голямо, което се нарича печка. Бати Янко, знаеш, че аз съм с i9-ка, ще готвиме върху нея.
Yes, what is it?
How's the project going? What? She leans closer, eyes knitted together in a puzzled expression. What did you say? You can barely hear her over the thumping bass of hypnotic dance music. I said, how's the project going? I can't hear you, she shouts. The music is too loud. The project, how's it going? Oh, the project! Her face lights up for a second before she gives you an exaggerated headshake. It is not going well. Why? There's that guy. She points at Egghead, who's raving behind his turntable on a brightly lit stage. I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so I can route the audio signal through the mixer to the speakers. Why don't you just ask him? He doesn't listen to me. He only ever seems to care about hardcore and Yekukata, a place to be. Добре. Ще фикснем нещата.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Make some noise, my church people!
He stands on stage behind the table, nodding along to the music and waving his hand in the air. Egg, can you please route Suna's signal through your speakers? Do the mega, yeah! He gets serious. I can route it through auxiliary. What kind of a cable does it use? 3.5. Те има 4,5. Шайт. Don't worry, I have an adapter right here. Hang on, this is a 4.5. We're all good people. Така. Înц. Включихме уредбичката.
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000! Ecstatic vibrations, totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up the new compressor too. Now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honours, detective?
О! Ти какво би искал да бъде? Sounds wrong. Andrew's overthinking it. Ще ги чуя всичките какво мислят. И коката омафъга. О, велико. Как ще кръстиме тази дискотека, бе? В църквата. Кефиме като го питаме. Kim, how would you name the club? I wouldn't build a club and I wouldn't name it either. О, ВПГ. О, Как да я кръстим? Disco Elysium, No Truce with the Furies, Reva Show West. Ло. Disco Elysium, разбира се. Like the DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium. Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky? Disco's kinda gone, isn't it? Forgotten. The past is the future, but the future is dead. No, it's beautiful, beautiful and brave, like we want it to be. And short, and memorable. It's settled then. Everyone, welcome to Disco Elysium. A light beam washes over the dance floor, bathing in violet blue. Haha. Andre breaks into a frenzied dance-like motion to celebrate the name. Someone turns up the beat. That softcore gyrating is supposed to be dancing? Не, защо е impossible check? Ужасно. No. I need to see. Ще го кашкаваля, ако трябва до утре.
Good to see you.
No.
But just imagine the moves you could pull to this futuristic beat.
8% шанс. I need to know. Трябва да го изтанцуваме това.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Dragon Ball Kakarot.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Не съм се замислял, честно казвам. Не съм я обмислял. Тя не е ли? Чисто така, гледайки оценките и из медии и така нататък, не е ли малко по-средствена игра? Yes! You close your eyes and vacate your skull, leaving your brain to wander. Where did all that light fluttering go? Total darkness.
Darkness.
Yes!
You sink down the darkest fathoms of your own personal deep, vertebrate by vertebrate, through the unformed skulls of your mind. Here it will begin.
Where did the church go?
Who fucking cares?
I hate waking life. I hate this world. I hate and fear everything. All I want is to dance. Please, God, just let me dance.
God? Where is your God?
Where did the music go?
Oh, don't worry. The music's still there. It's you who is gone.
Why can't I hear anything?
This is a pivotal moment. Try not to piss yourself. Nothing. Just the immaculate silence of your spinal fluid. Electrified.
What was that about unformed skulls?
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull ready to pop up and replace the old one. Like shark teeth. The one you're currently in has a little brain forming in it, waiting for its turn to rule the world.
As it ought to be. Where is it?
In the spinal cord!
Yeah, hardcore!
From what I can see, it's about to bust a move.
Bust a move.
Foolhardy! Do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started passing out like 2 seconds ago.
With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso is warmth. You've become a triumph of rhythmoplastics, somewhere in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. The wounds from the war you've waged on your body are healing, twist by twist, turn by turn. Open your eyes and dance like you've never danced before. You've become a flawless interlocking mechanism, a flesh and bone approximation of the throb coming from the speaker set up on what one called Egghead, entirely rigidly imbecilic, without pity or fear, free from self-awareness, no deliberation, only, and I mean only, execution. Oh my god! The Speed Freak's would-be leader stands slack-jawed in disbelief and hardcoreness of display. He whispers to himself, "No way. This is really happening." With his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come, the young man observes your moves for a second, then blasts into the same hideous pattern, yelling, "Ah!" Noid throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent enthusiasm. Turn to Estelle. What are you doing? The young woman lifts her headphones up slightly and raises her chin, looking at you expectantly. Suna cuts in before you can repeat your question. Estelle, aren't you going to dance? Estelle turns to Sona, then turns back to you, then briskly shakes her head and puts in the headphones back on. No, recording. The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back to her own work. Dance, point to Andre, it's the law. The young man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the same dance pattern, embellishing it with some sort of waving motion. Kim, get in here! What is going on here? The lieutenant looks at you and the Speed Freaks grinding around in the church, a group of unhinged lunatics. Delinquents, he grumbles. This is clearly a Code 31 emergency. Code 31! Code 31! The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. The light reflects off his glasses. A Code 31 emergency, really? Yes, officer, in need of assistance, on the dance floor. The lieutenant crosses his arms with a bemused look. What's happening? The lieutenant is forced to yell over the futuristic music blasting over the speakers. I'm undercover! Good for you! He looks around in the church hall. Rock on then! Hey, I called you to dance. What? Не, защо е толкова тежък чек? Бавате ли се? I did say there was an emergency on the dance floor, did I not? The emergency? Not enough Kim. Oh, come on, Harry. Не. Това ще го повтарям 100 пъти, ако трябва, но ще го направим. Защо не мога да квиксейвна тук? Ще се застрелям. Къде е най-близкият сейв за бога? Това е точно преди да... О, това е толкова дълго. Ким Кето Калмари. Да бе, той е чек, ако трябва 100 000 да го повтарям. Това е супер тежко, защото имаме начален супер тежък чек и после още един трябва да оцелим. Има ли някакъв шанс да сейвна по средата на тези два чека, защото това е пълен абсурд да го направим.
But just imagine.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see
Oh,
you.
hey man. Hey man. Hey mate.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Трябва да пробвам някъде по средата на чековете или да я знам и аз кога.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Това ли планираш да ми сипеш one, като дойдеш на arx среща? Това ли е плана ти? Да попадна в твоето легло.
Oh, hey man, it's good to
Oh,
see
hey
you.
man. Hey mate. Oi matey. Oi, you're tired. You should go to bed.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you. Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Трябваше да пробвам да сейвам още след първия чек. Fuck.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
На Луки ли се правиш? Ох. Като казваш Луки, Кико.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Сещам се преди няколко години имаше едно супер сладичко вайрал клипче на една женица, която си беше купила Луки маска и се кефеше супер много на идиотската покупка. Не знам дали си го спомняте. Но беше супер wholesome.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you too, Andre. It's good to see you too.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Чайте, че аз почнах вече по навици да натискам копчетата преди още дори да съм направил чек. О, хай, ман! Ocean man.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
But just imagine.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Стига, бе. Първи път се получи толкова плавно. Is it good to see you, though?
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Аз мога да пробвам с Warfare Clothes, впрочем. Ако това е нещото, което ми трябва тук. Ако изобщо имам такива и на разположение. Това ми дава някакъв бонус. И абсолютно нищо друго. Well shit. Drama, composure, reaction speed. Oh well. Нямам и consumable, доколкото знам, не съм си купувал никакви.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Да го бях пробвал 10 пъти до сега.
Oh, hey man, it's good
Oh,
to see
hi
you.
man. It's good to see you too, man.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
You little shit.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Но поне ще запомня тая техномелодийка. Добра вметка. От който ми го пусна. О, хей, мен! О! Може да знаеш.
Here, it will. Who fucking can't? Where is your own? Don't worry. This is a nothing.
To rule the world in the spinal cord.
Good. Because
Foolhardy, do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started passing out like 2 seconds ago.
Верно няма сейф. Holy fuck. Имам идея, by the way. Поне ще спра звука до голяма степен. Да се откажа никога. Не и на този чек. Не и на този чек. Не. Имам някакво себеуважение, окей? Имаме още поне половин час от този стрим и ако трябва ще ролваме до края му. О, хей, мен! Все още те чувам, Андре. Ето, този път беше супер fucking smooth. Няма никакви проблеми.
Foolhardy, do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started passing out like 2
May God be merciful. Не, god damn it. Oh, may God be merciful indeed. Ще стане, усещам. Ето сега стана от първия път, няма начин да фейлнем. Няма начин.
Spinal cord. Foolhardy, do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started passing out like 2 seconds ago.
Та вие как сте, чат? Какво ще правите тая вечер? A turtle made it to the water. Йеп, напомня ми на това. Да, Карамела. И аз искам да се получи чек. Да. О, хей, ман. Вратата е отворена, глупчо. Не е затворена. Ще си четеш книжка. Коя е книжката, която четеш в момента, огънче? Stop it, get some help. Не! Не! No! Последната книжка от Сарата за вещера. That's nice. О, бай, Иване. Хай, ман. Хай, ман. Не знам дали съм ровал там. Получава се горе-долу, да? I will murder you in your sleep. Andre. What? Така. Хайде сега вече да имаш милост над мен, игра. Какво ще кажеш? Знаеш ли кога разбираш, че имаш специални отношения с жена? Все още не, бай, Иване. Но ти би могъл да ми споделиш. Когато не знаеш дали сте скарани или всичко е спокойно. Хайде, кацураги. Code 31. Be my bro. Колко може да е тежък този чек? 20 и колко процента е? 28 ли беше? Нещо такова. Вече четвърти неуспешен опит. Направо излизаме извън приемливите статистики, ако питате мен. Не знам, бай, Иване, и като цяло хората какво има мнението за това, но аз съм изключително адски и напълно скептичен към long distance relationship-овете. Просто изобщо не вярвам в това нещо. Не, че нали искам нещо да те сдухам нарочно или каквото и да било, но просто не го виждам, човек. Имам доста големи резерви към нещо такова. Моля те, стига бе! 28 шибани процента, какво повече? Колко пъти трябва да го търкаме това билетче? Няма. Крайният резултат си заслужава. I'm convinced. Nope. Вярваш мен. О, спектричка. Ти докъде докара вещера, бе? Пребори ли го с Келига? На финалната права ли си вече? Да, Карамел. Споделете. Не. Чувате ли я, впрочем? Как жадува внимание в бекграунда. Имаше long distance relationship и вече не си с нея. Не се очудвам изобщо. Че е и твоята. Моята се буди по това време. Всеки божи ден. Понякога малко по-късно, понякога малко по-рано. Днес от по-ранните варианти и е решила, че ще пречи на стрима. Мина Кер Морен битката. Добре, добре. Напредваш определено. Ти смяташ ли после да изиграеш DLC-тата, впрочем, защото реално това ти е базовата кампания, но имаш още доста. Аз съм супер алчен обаче. Дигнал съм си хем Dexterity и Intelligence чековете, хем искам да мина и всички Wisdom и Physical чекове. Нали, очевидно играта е предвидена да не можеш да ги направиш тези неща, обаче не. Мяу-мяу. Мяу-мяу и за теб. За да видиш всичко, абсолютно те разбирам. Аз до някаква степен се чудя защо не го направих на първия плейthrough. Нещо време много сериозно на камък. Този път. Сериозна суша от Hey Man. Ще ги запомниш с приказния свят на Blood and Wine? Абсолютно да. Hi man! What you doing, mate? Реално ще ги правиш, но просто са ти малко странни като разположение в историята. Да, мога да те разбера. Направи Heart of Stone там или към края на кампанията, или след нея. И си остави Blood and Wine за след цялата кампания. Това мога да те посъветвам. Вай. Ей! Най-сетно оцелихме поне.
passing out like 2 seconds ago.
Не съм мастер още. Да разбереш финал, Гералт в неговата къщица в Blood and Wine ли е, или каквото свърши в мейн кампанията? Това от Blood and Wine, така че ако искаш чисто и просто, нали, като логика на събитията да имаш някаква поредност, направи оригиналната кампания и след това Blood and Wine. Сериозно ли чак толкова ви пречи? Аз, впрочем, съм изключително търпелив към тези неща и в общи линии, колкото да изразя видимо някакво разочарование, ви реагирам на живо. По принцип, процентни шансове до 1% са ми доста окей в моята книга, така да го кажем. Там има един тип, който постоянно поздравява с Хеймен с същата интонация. Окей. Аз си мисля някой път като краличката да направя истински маратон на всичко излязло на Marvel до момента, защото имам много пропуски, нека ви кажа. Но това е и много време, което просто ще делитна от живота си. Не знам дали ми се занимава чак толкова. Ето бе, не беше толкова трудно. Who's the one in charge? You are. Lieutenant, I'm only gonna pull rank on you one time, and that time is now. Привет, Крас. I assure you, I'm not kidding you. Now get your groove on, Lieutenant. Get my what on? The lieutenant leans closer, unable to make out your words over the pumping beats. I said get your groove on, boogie woogie. Sheesh, okay. He backs up with his hands raised in the air, observing the crisscross of your feet. Okay, you psychopath. He adjusts his spectacles, then pops his collar as high as it will go. I see what you are doing here. It's jacked up footwork plus some... Is that Ubi folk dancing? Nah, it's not Ubi folk, it's hardcore. Yeah, whatever. You talk a big talk, Lieutenant, let's see some moves. Oh yeah? I did 15 years in juvenile crime unit. I can do age inappropriate. Now check this shit out. The lieutenant begins to heel kick the church floor with such intensity, it's reasonable to fear he'll kick a hole right through it, causing the floor to crack and the pillars to collapse, bringing the church roof down on all of you. Само заради един Fortnite танц. Thoughts worth it, Kiko. Нищо не разбираш ти. Dance, Andre, it's the law. Guys, I'm out of juice. You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down. Such is his respect. Man, now. Now imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000 people. End of human development, mission complete. Right, ecstatic. All right. You're absolutely beat, muscles relaxed and feet like noodles underneath. Bye, officer. Wow. Tremble, the time is now. Нещо на гръцки. The time for the show, for... Как се чете това? The hollow time of fear and disintegration. Wow, гръцки. Чакай, hold on. Точно както си бил изцяло променен след нещата с бившата, така се струвам, че ще стане и с Ким след срещата с мен. Mission accomplished. Wait, when did this countdown begin? Monday morning, the moment you arrived in this reality. You are the first crack in the sheer face of God. From you, it will spread. Okay, sure. You spoke the words of нещо на гръцки and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble, all will lose its meaning in the coming years. This is why you marked yourself. Am I sure this is not just a joke or some kind of a coping mechanism? It's totally also a coping mechanism. I'm a little afraid. So you should be. The world island crumbles at your feet, and in the far plain. Нещо на гръцки. Perhaps, just a thought, this has something to do with the hangover. I do think the world might end soon. The face of the woman fractures, there will be herd killing, we all become vapor. Yeah. Quick save тук, защото fuck this shit. Едно плейтро на Одисеята не ми ли докара поне бе едно на гръцки.
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty cool. Creaks and stuff. Like you're underwater, you know? But like underwater inside a tree.
It's a quote from Heraclit, but the first letter is cut off. It means, though wisdom is common, yet the many live as if they had a wisdom of their own. Ти да видиш. Предозират те с литературните препратки в Диско Елизиума. Иначе да, от Одисеята, освен маляка да научиш, едва ли нещо друго. Така може да разберем най-сетне малко повече за странните обитатели на дискотеката. Стигна до бащата на главния герой и се отказва. Не те обвинявам, тя е малко такава... Убий време игричка. Не е лоша, но чак пък нещо, кой знае какво. И Мистиус, така като го кажеш. Колко е важен поглед на козичките. Ох, не дей, бата Янкоче. Следващата ще е викингска. Не знам, не може да оставим на Макс да я играе. Така. Нов скил point. Very nice. И малко парички също така. Обичам тези. Това е един от най-полезните пъркове, които съм намирал до момента, by the way. Този, който пасивно ми дава и experience, при това 10, а не просто 5. Плюс 2 gold. Всеки път. Какво иска да кажа с това, че е Silver Bird? Не иска да обясни. Catch the Silver Bird. Вау, окей. О, come on! Не ме карайте да релодам всички тези чекове, стига бе! 42% пишеше там. Ако реши да стрим въобще. За някакви такива еднократни неща ще се надъха. Няма да е нещо, кое знае какво. Така. Само да отметна и този диалог. Така. И сега сейв, защото не ми се фейлва пак този чек. Какво карамела? What? Аха, тук беше чек. O Passar de Argent, it flutters by your ear. It's what Zemliaki, the Gradian community in Revachol, calls a person who never breaks under interrogation. It's an organized crime term. Excuse me? She casually brushes her hand through her hair. She is attempting to remain calm, but the phrase made her flinch. It's a term for someone who won't break under questioning. An organized crime term. Днес си на супички. Аз съм на салатки. Много леко укарме. Много диетично, мали. Каква супичка е днес? What do you mean? The Silver Bird. Alright, she concedes. My father was a Zemliaki. He died years ago. He was a bad man. Not a lot of good things to say about him and what he did. He bought the family a huge house, so we got to live, at least temporarily, in a giant castle in Jamrock. And then he died. I can imagine what followed after. You and I both, although I don't have to imagine. The competition came and took everything away. It was like a war zone. So after his death, we got nothing left, and we were in danger. Mother and I had to change her. Mother had to change name, and mine too. We left it all behind. Are you sure about that? What about this drug lab plan? It was a stupid idea, and I'm still disappointed I came up with it. Aren't the local authorities who might look down on such activities? I took that into account, of course. Coordinated the operation with debradeurs, else they might get unhappy. So what you're saying is Overt authorized this. Not in person, but I let them know. You can't do anything without the fat ones getting wind. It wasn't too difficult to convince them, really. It's a good thing you ended that mess, though. I felt I was turning dad-wise into a corrupt business person, unpleasant. We should confront Overt about this. Maybe we can manipulate him using that information. No, I don't think it would lead anywhere with Overt. He's just going to deny it. Добре, това е всичко за сега. Ей сега се махаме, плейнотче, оттам. Пилишка супичка. Един ден изцяло на плодове, обикновено събота. Аз още не съм правил такива експерименти, но... Концептуализация или риторика? Или логика? Кое бихте си избрали? So warfare. Риторика, казва Букажа. Wow, your English is good. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Добре, хайде пък да налеем точка в риториката. Така или иначе сме полицай. Може би ни трябва малко повече от другите две. Реално и логика тогава, ако ще го играем полицейската. И концептуализация последно, като най-така интелектуалско умение.
I'm a little suspicious of authority. You really came through for the hardcore underground.
Yes,
hell yeah.
You really came through for the hardcore underground. How come?
The would-be leader is cutting some futuristic shapes on the floor, sweating profusely. A cell using her contact mic to listen to a tree underwater. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat. Не сме забелязали. While the stained glass window behind him rattles from the base. Sire, the tent, 'twas a security risk, and in there, sanctuary. 'Twas only noble of you. Better here than in that tent. Wasn't safe.
Okay.
Noid, what do you think about the church? It's a miracle of carpentry, dead bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more. You say that as a carpenter yourself. Noid shakes his head. I don't say much anything as a carpenter anymore. They tried to make me into a reckoner and a leveler, made me a bit manic, you know? I regret the time I dedicated to that profession and the worker collective. I say this more as a member of the hardcore psy dance community these days. You're not gonna ask me how I knew? Why? You're a cop. I carry carpentry tools. Special late night. Oh my god, Крас. Това ли си мислиш, че правя аз с живота си в момента? Може би си прав. How old do you think the church is? Over 300 years? That's right. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it. On the coast here. Was one of the first things they did. Must have been really scared or something, but I understand. Alone on an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves in nature. Pre-industrial quantities of solitude, the sea, perhaps something more fundamental. I wouldn't want to build a safe house for myself, and my own as well. His voice echoes in the wooden cavern of the church. What's the style of the church? A cop who's into building critique. Okay then. This is folk DeLoreanism, lawmonger. It's a subset of early DeLorean architecture. I'm not just a cop, I'm an art cop. Hard of core. Noid nods appreciatively. And what's DeLorean architecture like? Total. Wow. Vertical, thin, white. Някакви тежки енциклопедични чекове обаче правим тук. Много добре. What do you mean by dead bodies? Dead bodies of perennial plants, he taps on the wood. Sigma functions have left this place. It's a good thing we came along. The spiritual collapse has been total. Spiritual collapse? I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, cop man? After a short while, they shuddered and went away. It sensed that she could no longer see them and she wasn't like them anymore. What they loved in their mother wasn't the body, but whatever it was that made her body live. End of quote. This is high quality carcass. He kicks the floorboard. The power of hypnotic beats and hard bass is needed to reanimate it. How'd you like the glasswork? I don't. Fucker giving me the evil eye. You wanted to get inside the church, now you don't like the stained glass window. I didn't know it was in there, he cracks his neck. We have to get rid of it, dismantle it. Can't dance with a giant mass murderer looking at you. Not a good look for the club. Mellow, man, mellow, yells his friend. No one's a mass murderer, this is a house of love. Mass murder on the floor! Така. Я да видим дали сме приключили всички квестове с него. Ice on the roads everywhere. Oh man. How far? Докъде докара това, бе? Докъде докара Jedi Fallen Order? От последния път, когато те видях. О, той говорил с The Crab Man. He'd been giving me kind of a psychic rundown of the place. You'd seen some crazy shit, but he actually is a lot like us. You mean all his mother's love stuff isn't too spooky for you? Have you been listening to what Egg's been saying? Love is hardcore, man, and the mother's love is the hardest core of them all. The man picks up on stuff, and he knows a lot about the church. Got a lot to learn from him. Good thing you didn't squash him. What did Tiago tell you about the church? The crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubis built this place about 380 years ago as a sarcophagus. You mean dead bodies are in here? No, like a literal sarcophagus. I'm just being metaphorical. What's it for? Encasement, confinement, of something they were afraid of, something new and unheard of on the Isola. He looks up into the darkness beyond the beams. I think that's what the crabman is experiencing when he climbs around the upstairs. Like, this is some old world shit the Ubis had heard about, and thought the best way to deal with it is to build a church surrounding it to contain it. Contain what exactly? I don't know, and it's not something they properly understood either, what it does, but it's what this soon a person is looking for and trying to measure. It'll be fruitless though, she won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything, all those things they really can't. It makes you think she's gonna fail. It seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this, it's not like with substance. I found a doomed commercial area in Martinez proper, maybe it's the same thing the Ubis were trying to contain. The young man rubs his chin in silence, then mumbles, like a concentric ring spreading out, the struggling villages. And that is what caused the communards to fail in defending the beachhead. Yeah, a lot of failure has gone around here. Think there's any merit to this theory? Noid shrugs. I don't know, maybe, maybe not. It's not a thing we can answer, cop man. Even I have limits. I'm a limited psi person. Well, if it's without substance, I guess there's nothing to worry about. Добре, синкнахме с Noid. You made your personal lightsaber. Аха, приближаваш се към края, да?
A better deal! Yeah! Medium car!
Не мога.
Yes, what is it?
Я да видим сега. Какво ще чуем от мрака? Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged. She lifts her hand from the keyboard. Complete silence fills the room. No wind outside, no waves, nor floorboards creaking. Total continuous silence. This is unnatural. The woman looks around. In the silence you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate. It will devour everything. Guys, what's going on? There's alarm in Andre's voice as he steps back to scan the surroundings. A slight rattle, like clear crystal clattering in the cupboards, fills the air, joining the chorus. This fragile world is about to break. getting louder, says Noid, his eyes riveted on the strange circles of the water basins. In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling. Hosanna, mother of Mega, you hear Egghead yell, then something else, but the voice is growing faint. It was in me at first. The beauty and the beat, the future of dance, planetary. No, Egg, it's the window. The glass shards around Dolores Day's vacant heart appears to be vibrating from the sound. It almost looks as if she's alive. In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside cautiously, his eyes searching for a possible evacuation route. The window is gonna come down. No, the roof. She looks up. A screech fills the air, a scream of wood and nails. The pillars and the church twist and creak above around you. Cracks appear on the stained glass window. Cracks run up the wooden pillars in the dark. Come down to us, love! It's shaking the building's foundation. The floor twists. A great pulse arises in your flesh. That's it. I'm muting it. Oh, I want to dance with somebody. I want to feel the heat with somebody? Сериозно ли цитираме тая диско песен? What the fuck? Shit, it doesn't stop. The woman is furiously pressing down on her keyboard, but the sound doesn't stop. Cell, have you... Yeah, I've turned it off. Andre, pull the compressor. The place is gonna come down. Fuck. Andre frantically smashes buttons. I can't shut it up. The signal's fast. It's not in here. It's... in the mixing desk now, building into a positive feedback loop. With somebody who loves me. Така, браво, чат. Egghead, it's in the desk! And then it stops. Totally and utterly, as if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a tangible, tangling cable in his hand. A black 3-pin connector. Egg. I pulled the plug, he says calmly. He was getting too hardcore. You did good, Egg. Andre breathes a sigh of relief and inspects the window. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that. 4 years, the woman whispers. 22 people, millions of reals. All that time, this is what we were up against? Just erased it. Her lip trembles. Sulislav isn't going to believe this. Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can use it. Yes, Andre. Suna composes herself, wipes the dust off her sweater, and rests her hands on the keyboard. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. She turns to you. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's a start. Kim, did you hear that? It was very hard not to. I think you are right. There is something going on here, and you need to be very careful with it. I promise, officer, we will not play it again. Привет, Стевка, и привет на всички. Или чао на всички, които си тръгват. What was that? I've never heard anything like that. It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented in a waveform. That's what it technically, theoretically... I have no idea. I have never even heard anything like this. Her voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure. You gonna write Sulislav? Yes, our lead designer, and maybe some of the producers too, and some of the writers, if they're sober enough to open a transmission. They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording, although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway. So what happens now? Stay here, she cuts you off, her deft fingers already on the keyboard. I'm gonna stay here with the lunatics, send letters, maybe meet Sulislav, also devise further measurements. I wanna know that totally chill with us. I don't care, she blurts, then reconsiders, but thank you anyway. That's the best she can manage for Andre. It's quite a lot, in truth, for her at least. Now, I have a theory to come up with, some kind of preliminary explanation to all this, or the latter will sound like I've lost my mind. Yes, and we have to back to stabilizing matinees. Kim breathes out, trying to shake off tension, instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise of unknown origins. You don't know enough about the world, but that Joyce, if you knew all she knows, could put it together. Form a theory. Смятай. 3% шанс. Този чек няма да го преповтарям. Крабмен, няма ли да го видим повече? Много жалко. Говорихме ли с всички? Това ли беше всичко? Така... Yo, man!
Oh, the god of dance is back! I'm dancing with the god of dance!
Hell yeah, you are. Няма да сте тук.
Better deal! Yeah! Medium car!
That was a crazy sound we heard before. Yeah! It was awesome and scary, very hardcore. Too hardcore, in fact. He brushes his hand through his hair. I couldn't control it at all. What happened? It sucks up all the air in the mix until it's the only thing left, starts compressing itself, and everything around it completely fills up the headspace. Extreme. The horn of the apocalypse. It draweth near. Yeah! Welcome to the Glowman! Is there anything we can do about it? Oh, his mind is seemingly selecting through options. I don't know, maybe someone can do something about this. I imagine this is the sound the future could make. Sounds like the future could be even more hardcore than I ever imagined. Yeah! Oh, не мога.
Yes, what is it?
Right. Една точица. Интересното е, че проваленият 3% чек беше на един от най-силните ми скилове. Така че смятайте за какъв скил чек става въпрос. Няма да сте тук. Кико, как смееш? А къде ще бъдеш, ако не тук? Кажи ми. Добре, ами майче, това беше сайдквеста с църквата. Я да си погледна тасковете. Talk to Classier, The Hardy Boys, това е чак на сутринта, Armor, Алабала. Така, това защо все още е таск, не мога да разбера. Може би да му го дам на следващия ден? Това ми трябва да е ден. Това ми трябва да е ден. A tape with a melody for Egghead. A tape with a melody for Egghead. Figurines for Glorious Day. Това ми трябва да е ден. Тук има някакви предмети, които не знам откъде да ги намеря. Това мога да го направя, теоретично. Това е за Missile, Murder Weapon. Още не съм си мерил пистолет, което е проблем. Теоретично. Теоретично. Добре. Ами мисля тук да ударя една пауза за днес. Благодаря ви много за компанията. Напредваме супер сериозно с Disco Elysium и така като гледам останаха една шепа мистерийки, които ще разплетем в рамките на 1-2 стрима. Не знам, ако Play може да оцени колко време ни остава, но мисля, че в рамките на стрим до 2 ще сме я приключили. И така. От 8 часа предполагам, че започва Марти, така че не съм последният стример за деня. Имате какво да гледате и след мен. И да, какво ще правите до тогава? Мога само да гадая, освен ако не ми кажете какво мислите да правите до тогава. Какво ще правите до тогава, чат? Имате час и половина. Час и половина, в които да пресътворите живота си в нещо различно. Дори не знам какво говоря. Чао! Хубава вечер на всички. Чао, чао!